of the Valletta Cup 2024 edition here at the Master Sports Complex in Malta. Hope you're ready. It's the time of the MCC. They're going to be back for 2 games here today. Looking forward to this one. I hope you are. Let's get things right underway. You're watching the Valletta Cup 2024 right here with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome then to the second day of action from here in Malta, of course. An international week here in Malta. We've got, of course, 5 participating teams. And it is, of course, the first time that we'll see the MCC side, of course. One thing to mention that whenever the MCC are playing against another nation, of course, it's not a recognised international fixture, so it will just go down as a T20 match. But, of course, in any other fixture between 2 nations, it will, of course, go up towards the ranking points. So that's one thing to remember, that in these 2 fixtures today, no ranking points on play for the likes of Malta and then the Isle of Man later on this afternoon, but of course it is going to be an exciting day nonetheless. In this first game of the day, it is game number 2 of this Valletta Cup. It is Malta who will be taking on the MCC. Let's go ahead and have a look a little bit earlier at what happened at the coin toss.
Welcome to game 2. You are the home team and you are the away team. This is head,
Yep.
And this is tail, and you call.
I call. Tails, please.
Tail is the call, and that's tail.
We'll bat first.
Bat first. Just to bat first.
There you go then. News from the toss is that Captain Charlotte for the MCC, they're going to bat first here. MCC are always known for batting first if they win the toss on any of their tours around the world, so no real surprise to see that they look to do that. The only surprise to me is I think that they know that Malta are very, very much probably going to be a couple of levels below, so this really could be a very high scoring first innings for me, and I think it's going to be a real tough time for Malta after yesterday. Of course, they only managed to get into the 50s due to some seriously high extras from the Isle of Man side, but of course they struggled with both bat and ball, and it was a pretty simple contest for the Isle of Man. Certainly looking forward to this one. It's another hot day. You can see the sun glaring on my face. It is another warm one. Highs of 32. The humidity, it's up there. It's a killer. Of course, we'll be taking precautions, and I hope you are watching from wherever you are around the world. Let's get things right underway. Let's go over to the combox. Let's run through the lineups and we'll get ready for the first ball of the day. Howdy folks, from the commentary position here, of course, in Malta. And yeah, interesting toss, isn't it? I think those that are aware and follow the MCC on all their tours, they know that they will bat first anyway. This is what happened yesterday, of course. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Malta did struggle against the Isle of Man. Of course, it was a very, very thumping 9-wicket victory for the Isle of Man against Malta. So already sat at the bottom of the table, Malta B, of course, the Isle of Man top of the tree. And yeah, some big performances. I thought Barnett was great, and with the ball, of course, Perry and Henry as well. Having a look then at the standings, you can see that at the top is the Isle of Man. Of course, Malta currently sat second, but of course yet to see the likes of the MCC, Serbia and Greece take part yet. Of course, we will see those 2 sides later on tomorrow in tomorrow's action. 2 games, of course, tomorrow as well. But of course, it is a pleasure to have your company with us here on the European Cricket Network as we get ready and set, and we get a lovely view of some beautiful locations here in Malta. And it has to be said, some of myself and the crew, we did go and explore a little bit yesterday. We'll touch upon that a little bit more throughout the course of the afternoon. I did say that the sun's out, but as I am talking to you now, there is currently a very, very large cloud that is covering us here, which, to be fair, is actually quite a nice relief, because it has to be said that the heat has been very much up and about it since we arrived at the ground about an hour and a bit ago. But it is good to see that, and I'm sure the players will appreciate that here at the moment it is a little bit cooler. Let's have a look at the lineups then. And of course, we know a little bit all about the Malta. Of course, Bandeva comes in. Got to remember, no Reimer for them, of course, missing out, no availability for her at the moment. As for the MCC, some names to look out for. Christina Goff, of course, still, of course, represents Germany, and the likes of Charlotte Gallagher, the skipper. Sally Dixon, of course, has got a great playing career behind her. And Lydia Clements as well. Some big names in there. There really is. Sarah McCann also involved as well. She'll be behind the stumps this time around. Some big names there really is. So looking forward to seeing the likes of the MCC, of course. And the thing is as well, we'll be able to touch upon a little bit of some facts about the MCC that you might not know. Or maybe I'll just re-jog your memory. 2% to 98%. And I think that's probably, to be honest, without sounding too negative, a fair shout, to be quite honest. I think this is going to be a very tough first game of the day for Malta. Of course, it's they're coming off the back of that heavy defeat yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how they look to go about things here. And of course, pleasure to have you with us, and yeah, that's exactly my view at the moment. That's what I'm looking at from where I am here at the moment. It's a beautiful position here at the commentary box. Of course, almost getting up and ready to go. You can see players and officials alike are out there. Of course, opening the bowling here. It looks as if it is going to be Anita Santos. Of course, opened the bowling yesterday for Malta. Well, let's get things going then, as it will be Malta to take on the MCC. First time we'll see the MCC on the network here in this tournament. Umpires are just waiting for that clock to tick over that quarter-past mark. You can see that of course, the likes, I believe, opening the batting is Izzy Routledge and Nikki Little at the top there. So, looking forward to seeing how some of these players, of course, take on. I know that as soon as that toss was finished, Gallagher, the skipper, sort of turned around and asked Shamler and just sort of said, "Come on then, give me a little bit about this pitch. What do you say?" And Shamler just kind of looked at him and went, "We didn't really use it too much." Anyway, here we go then. First ball of day 2. Back of a length, carved away, straight to the fielder. Ioshenko does well. It'll be a dot ball to start, so a good, or will be. It will be a dot ball. Almost jinxed it there, but yeah, not quite the most positive of starts yesterday for Malta. But of course, they will know that they'll be happy to try and get things over, and of course try again. But yeah, Nikki Litt, of course, alongside Routledge at the top of the order here, looking to go big from the start. You feel, make the most of the power play. Again, back of a length, carved away. Ioshenko is there once more. This time, they will take a single. Good start. Off the mark are the MCC. A very warm welcome to everybody in the chat. It is a pleasure and an honour to have your company here today. To Shrug, to Dave, to Wayne, to Kroom, to Jeff, everybody in between. Always a pleasure to have you with us. So Routledge off the mark with just a tidy single into the onto the offside. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide. That's going to have to be one thing that Malta are going to have to look to try their best to keep things quiet. Of course, they probably would have batted first if they were honest with themselves, if they won the toss. So a little bit of frustrations early on this afternoon, but nonetheless, still an opportunity here to maybe cause what would be one of the biggest upsets you'll see if they were to get a victory here against this MCC side. Better delivery, good comeback, and again, Ioshenko once more heavily involved. I did say she's a bit of a gun in the field. She's always heavily involved. She's a bit of a magnet when it comes to the cricket ball out there. Can't really get away from it. I remember yesterday she was down at sort of very much backward deep square leg, and I think 3 balls in a row came to her, and I think skipper kind of thought, well, let's give you a bit of a rest and swap you out. Yadav went down there in the end. Too wide, but fetched and hit firmly through the offside. Chase on for Ioshenko once more. Doesn't quite have the legs to go all the way this time, but they will take a couple of runs. Off the mark on the network is Lit. But of course, yeah, normally used to seeing the, and you can see in the bottom left of your screen, the old red and yellow of the MCC on their logo. Not quite as ever present on their kit as I was expecting. Firmly hit into the onside, picked up nicely by Lit, and this will be a boundary. First boundary of the day, first boundary of the afternoon. Santos just drops this one a little bit too short, and this one goes towards the rope. 4 runs, first 4 of the day. Nicely played. Was there to be hit, wasn't it? It's kind of sort of in no man's land, really, the sort of delivery. But yeah, of course, the colours and the red and yellow, of course, often referred to, in fact, as the egg and bacon. And of course, these colours, they're, of course, iconic, always worn by the MCC in any touring sides and in any matches and events, also away from home, but also at Lord's, where they play, of course. And again, up in the air, once more, bit of a full toss, work to do. Yadav does superbly well. I thought Yadav's fielding was excellent yesterday. She made a great stop down at long on. This one is, again, hit firmly by to finish off the over. So they'll get a single. That'll be the close of the first over. Good start for the MCC. 9 without loss after 1. Just another look at this one here. It was just a bit of a full toss, but there to be hit. Not called for anything on field, of course. A little bit more lenient rules rather than what you tend to see on a regular ECS. But of course, plenty of cricket going on around the world. I want to wish very best to the likes of Estonia out in Guernsey. And of course, Denmark taking on Greece as well. So good luck to Greece and Estonia playing their first games. And Denmark, of course, and Finland once again. Yeah, good luck to all the teams out there, of course. And to our very own Sam Williams, who's been heading up with the ICC over the course of the summer. Yeah, of course, Yadav is now going to take this second over, so gets rewarded with an excellent bit of fielding. Now with a chance to deliver with the ball. They'd love a couple of early wickets just to sort of have something to maybe smile about a little bit to start with. And this one into the onside. We'll just get that away. Just slightly gets through Colasseria, of course. Skipper and captain. Skipper and keeper, sorry. Yeah, once again, tricky was yesterday for Malta. I'm not going to harp on it too much, but certainly areas to look at. That's better outside the off, but equally well played. That's well fielded though by the fielder at point. Yeah, Santos can't keep her out of the game either. Of course, it'll be a nice start for the MCC up against Malta. Malta probably going to be sat in the bottom two, you feel, of this of the 5 participating teams in this tournament. This one, again, just back of a length, but better delivery from Yadav. That's the line and length. Tricky to get away. Good pace as well from Yadav. Oh, and again, this time offside, dropped, but not able to get a single out of it. They might take one now. Fielding just a little bit below par thus far this morning. Just might be a little bit tough to wake up slightly here for Malta. They were listen. They were very good in the field yesterday, has to be said. Of course, they weren't out there for very long, but you know they certainly applied the squeeze, and the shots where runs were scored off were very good shots. It's not as if they made it easy for them down the leg side. Good take, good stop by Colasseria. Yeah, of course, I did get a little look at Estonia and Finland, of course. Some of those lads will know each other very well. Finland, of course, a couple of the players do come across and play in Estonia at times. Like Salonen and O'Brien were there in the ECS a little bit earlier this year. This is played nicely. Back foot punch through the offside. They'll come back for 2. That's good running. Again, fielding just a little bit slower this morning. Shrug in the chat this morning. A little bit. Shrug did say yesterday that he was excited to see Christina Goff, of course, and yeah, Goff has got a good playing record. This will be 4 runs. Not going to stop that. Full toss and played firmly into the onside by Routledge. Gets it away nicely, and that'll be a boundary to take us to the end of the over. Just 2-4, wasn't it? It's a full toss. It's a hit me ball. Happy to oblige. That will be 4 to end of the over then. The score after 2 is 19 without loss. We can have a look at the 3 participating teams that we are yet to see, of course. Greece and Serbia. MCC, of course, we're seeing now. But, yeah, of course, wish the Greek side and the Serbians safe travels as they come across to Malta, I'm assuming, at the start of today. I wonder if they're direct flights. Those that tune in and hear me often know that I do like talking about me old flying. We're not far away from the international airport. Mind you, you're not really far away from the international airport here in Malta, wherever you are. But, yeah, it certainly is a good place to be. But it's an overcast, cloudy day. I'm not complaining. Loving it. Oh, Gucci took 3 in the end. There you go. There you are, Gucci. Not too bad at all. This is going to be Rameshan who comes out. It just plays this away. They'll just get one, rotating the strike. I think that's what you'll see the difference between Malta and the MCC in a couple of ways. Mainly, they won't get dogged down. They'll rotate the strike. You know, if you got a run a ball in 20 overs, you'll easily, of course, you'll get to 120. Then you add in the sort of the lucid deliveries that you'll be able to get away. Get your 2s and 4s, maybe even a 6. Just completely changes the game. And again, carved away and gets away from Yashenko, who's been very busy in the first 13 deliveries. Well fielded though, well watched as well. Come back for 2. And again, played firmly. But this again, very well done by Yashenko, who watches it all the way. Good areas, though, from Rameshan. Very well welcome to everyone, of course, on Fancon out in India on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Another fuller delivery, but again, played out. Bit of work to do for... There's 2 fielders that will combine. And they come back for 2. And again, excellent running. That's just the standards. And unfortunately, just Wayne picking up in the chat just about the number situation. And just unfortunately, just the MCC, of course, don't normally play anywhere televised realistically. So didn't have the numbers on the shirt. That's well bowled and well fielded off our own bowling as well from Rameshan. So that's just the issue behind that. It does mean that a bit of a guessing game for myself. Scorers have got to work double hard. Listen, scorers had an easier day yesterday, so they can get their money's worth today. Don't mind me saying that. Dabbed into the offside, but straight to a fielder. Good over from Rameshan. Just the 5 going to come off it, and it will be a tidy over at the end of 3. The score 24 without loss. But yeah, good to see Tin Tomato in there as well. Always good to have you with us. You can have a look again at the squads there. You can see. I can run you through exactly, actually, the top 5. And not in that top 5, which I know will frustrate Shrug, but believe we'll get Sean Price in at 3, and Dixon in at 4, and then Clements in at 5. That's as far as we've got so far. Of course, Kitty Juster is the substitute fielder, if required. Good start, though, between these 2, the openers. Just building a nice little partnership to get underway at the moment. Yeah, this one, again, a little bit loose, but there is a fielder, and they are. I have to say, the captaincy from Colaseri has been rather impressive. Yes, they are a little bit slow to get through their overs, but they're putting the fielders in the hotspot areas, and they know that the loose delivery will be down the leg side. And they have got a deep square leg who's quite fine realistically, and they've also got a deep mid wicket sort of in that gap as well, so I don't mind it at all, to be quite frank. Better delivery again, back of a length, can't get it away. Another dot ball. Difference here is that Malta have just got to now apply the squeeze a little bit here, a bit of pressure, build it up, try and make something out of nothing. Short and pulled into the onside, splits the fielders, chases on, but I think the ball might win, and it will. You can see it's very much a quick outfield when it gets outside the inner circle. Nice shot from Routledge, moves on to 16 now with that boundary. Firmly hit, to be quite frank, and yeah, chase was there for Rameshan, but I don't think she was ever going to really get there unless she was able to sort of pull something out of nowhere. Yeah, MCC, of course, players from all different countries, not just England. Another full toss, and again hit firmly. Work to do for Yashenko. Gets there, oh dear. Gets through it, and unfortunately, that's going to be a boundary that just gets through Yashenko. Always puts a very, very good effort, and you know, puts her best foot forward in the field does Svetlana, but unfortunately, just ran past this one. Gets away from her 4 more. Of course, big matchup later on this afternoon between the Isle of Man and the MCC. I think that's going to be a little bit more of a slightly more level playing field. Oh, well played, but straight to the field and well watched by Kudapati. Baby drops out for Bandeva in this one from yesterday. That's the only change for Malta. Yeah, of course, the MCC though. Well-known entity. This one played out beautifully, and again chases on for Yadav. He does get down and does well. They'll turn and go for 2. They take on the arm. This could be a close call here, and I think just gets home safe. But again, he played away nicely. Yadav gave chase. Turn and go. A little bit touch and go at some points. Skipper Colaseri behind the stumps. Home just about. Does get back though. That'll be the end of the 4th then. The score 35 without loss after the 4th over. See they're going nicely at above, just below 9s. Yeah, of course, the MCC, a little bit about them. Of course, the MCC was established back in 1787. Of course, one of the oldest cricket clubs in the world. Of course, based at Lord's in London. And MCC, of course, are the owners of the Lord's Cricket Ground. Often referred to as the home of cricket. Playing a miss from Lit. This one just getting away from it. But yeah, of course, MCC doesn't used to, of course, no longer governs international cricket, which is, of course, now done by the ICC. But it does retain a very, very influential role in maintaining and updating the game's laws, of course. You see different laws and rules come in and changes come in all the time. Again, cut away in front of square. Chase on for the fielder. No protection deep in the offside. Chases on. Ball is just going to win. It was an agonising chase for Shankar, but couldn't quite get there. But a nice shot played off the back foot from Lit. Gets another one. Another boundary. 4 more. Mostly dealing in boundaries at the moment, being the old 1s and 2s, but just the wider deliveries are often getting pounced upon. Just getting over the line. You can see there's a nice couple of spectators. We often do get a few here at the sports club. I do remember a few years ago where we often, I remember for the final of the Valletta Cup back in 22 even. That's a wide ball. Yeah, we had about 150, nearly 200 spectators in, all sort of watching. It was a mixture of some of the players from the teams that weren't involved in the final. It was, of course, Malta taking on Romania in that final. But yeah, there was a mixture of spectators and people just coming down to have a look. And it was a really, really, really good vibe and atmosphere around the ground that day. And again, much better delivery. Good comeback after the wide delivery. That's the corridor of uncertainty, folks. Tick that off the old bucket list, the old bingo. Course. The MCC does run one of the best. I have actually visited it myself, and if you are in London, if you get a chance, do go and do so. Of course, we've got very significant museums and libraries. Very much a very, very large collection of memorabilia. This is uppish. Oh, just away from Kudapati, who couldn't quite take this. I don't know if she might have got a hand on it, but nevertheless, it was uppish into the field, so not quite best shot selection. You can just see here, it does get a hand on it, but it was a tough chance. They do come back and take the single and take the 2, but nevertheless, not far away. They'd love a wicket, wouldn't they, Malta? You can imagine the elation would be pretty serious if they were to do so. And then, of course, got the memberships for the MC. This is driven again firmly. Fielder is back on the edge of the circle, so an easy single. Ball to go, left in this 5th over, quarter of the way through the innings. Going nice, you can see the expected score up at the 170 at the moment. And again, we'll watch back of a length, ball to finish. Again, not a terrible over, just the 8 coming off it with a boundary in there as well. End of the 5th, score 43 without loss. Of course, just a little reminder, this is what we have got in store for you today here in Malta. Of course, Malta and the MCC, and the second game of the day, match 3 of the Valletta Cup, will be the MCC taking on the Isle of Man. That will be a very interesting game. I think that will be a little bit more of a level playing field. I think could be a few more issues for the MCC to just have to negotiate in that one. But I still feel MCC very much the favourites going into this tournament. I think there's no real debate about that one. But of course, yeah, that one's starting a little bit later on at the time of 4:30 local time. So very much looking forward to that one. And I hope you will stick around and join us here on the European Cricket Network for both of these fixtures here today. With an over to go in the power play, they'd love to get to that 50, if not 55 mark. Need to try and buy a wicket here, but the thing that I'd like to see for this Malta side is, I don't know if we might be able to get a view of it with a wider look of the field. I'll bring it up in just a second. Ramachan will return with a leg side delivery. That's going to be 4. Not going to stop that. Good shot from Lit as this one races off the face of the bat. Just helps it round the corner. That'll be 4 more again. Just too far down the leg side, I'm afraid. But they've got, what's that? They've got 1, 2. They've got 5 fielders in on the offside, but they're all on the same area. I'd love to see maybe 1 in, 1 out, sort of that tactic deployed. I also think you might in theory have to bring 1 over just to maybe try and plug a bit of a gap that there is on that onside. There's only 4 fielders there, of course. In the same respect, though, if you're going to bowl on the offside, then you set your field to it. That's exactly what you see there. Tintamar saying, is Catherine Perry fit to play today? Hope she's okay. I haven't got confirmation. I'm not going to speculate, but I'm going to imagine so and say yes. I'd assume she should have made a recovery. I think she just didn't get a chance to actually speak to her yesterday and ask her, but the consensus. This is a good delivery. Asking the question, down leg side. I think she should be okay. Of course, we'll see a little bit later on when we get those squads in. Oh, and this one, it's jagged back. It's a good delivery from Ramachan. It completely had it all done up, and so much so that it beat the keeper as well. You get 2 byes from it. Umpire does signal those byes. Of course, hello to our umpires. We've got Fernando from Italy. We've got Leonis Aftinos from Greece and Ogauda from Germany is our 3rd. And of course, Arta from Germany as well is our referee for this one. Again, 2-4 on the leg side. Fielder is there, though. Does superbly well. Gets a body behind it. And they'll just take the single. Brings up the 50 for the MCC. Doing so in pretty good time as well at the moment. Oh, this time, bit of a quicker delivery, but equally well played. 50 partnership, of course, of just the 35. Not now be 51 or 36 with that single. That does bring an end to the power play, so not a bad one at all for the MCC. No wickets dropped, and scoring with relative ease at the moment. It's 51 for none at the end of the 6th over. Once again, the openers going at neck and neck pace, 23 off 18 for the likes of Routledge and Lit, of course. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the playing 11 for the MCC, of course. Got a good group and large playing squad over for this tour. Of course, Parry, I'm sure, if fit and able, will be willing to and hoping to get out there and play against some of the names of the caliber in this MCC side. Pretty much career best yesterday. Fourther. There was a fourther in there as well for Henry. You know, Dad Leon was watching on. Was very proud. Came up to me and said, "I'm a very proud father this evening," and rightfully so as well. Bowled very well against Malta. Of course, end of the power play restrictions, which mean it's the 5. End of the fielding restrictions. Yadav's going to come back. They're not scared of chopping and changing their bowlers here, which I don't mind, but kind of tough for a bowler to get some rhythm when you're going back and forth. That's a good delivery. A little bit too wide, though, but again, the protection is now out there. So they can try and keep these boundaries down. They have scored a good few boundaries so far in the first 6 overs, of course. 6 fours, 3 each for Lytton Routledge. They are going exactly neck and neck, really, at the moment. And again, just respects the full straight delivery. Full face of the bat, shows the stickers off. Oh, this is hit firmly. This will take some stopping. Not going to get there. 4 runs. Bit of a loose delivery again from Yadav. And that is the margin for error is, well, it's not a big one. You can just see again every delivery that's too full and on the pads and strays down the leg side. They're very much going to take it on. 1 bounce. 4 more. These are just signs that you need to try and just hide the ball on the offside. The extras haven't been too terrible, but balls that have been on the leg side, rather than sort of being hit away for 1 or 2, they've often been taken on and gone towards the rope. So boundaries are flowing. Oh, and again this time, might have been off the pad, I think, but Colaseri does well behind the stumps. Again, offering a bit of width. The length isn't an issue. I wouldn't mind just seeing the line just a little bit tighter. They're just sort of going between that off, sort of too far on the off, too far on the leg. Just need to try and find something in the middle. Find that perfect line. It's a tricky one. Bit of an assist there from Aruja. Firmly driven. Straight to the fielder, though. That's well watched. Patty. Straight to her, but still struck firmly and did well to pick it up cleanly. End of the 7th. And with the boundary and a couple of singles, just 6 come off it. The end of the 7th. It's 57 without loss. Of course, you can have a look at the bowlers that have been used. They've sort of chopped and churned. They haven't really stuck to an end, but yeah, of course, 20 off the 2 for Santosh and just the 11 off 2 for Ramashan, which is very, very impressive for Anupama. Got to try and find it. For more overs from a few different options as well. Of course, I just also think that the bowling could be a level too high for this Malta side when it comes to the batting side of things. I think it's going to be a tricky afternoon for them, has to be said. They're only given a 2% chance, which some would have argued is maybe slightly generous, but 24 at the moment for Routledge and 28 for Lit. It's been a good opening stand, this. They love the wicket. They need to just try and apply a bit of squeeze. It's just not working at the moment. Got to sort of make your own fortunes at this point. This is again where sort of mentioned it and touched upon it yesterday, but yeah, Malta just in the field a little bit slow to get through their allotted overs. Oh dear, that's going to be down the leg side, as this is Shankar, who's come on for her first over. A little bit down the leg side. And of course, MCC members have a unique match day ritual, of course, at Lord's. Such as, you know, they watch the players walk through the long room from the dressing rooms to the field. And it's considered in the world of cricket as a very unique privilege. It symbolises the club's traditions. Often enough. That's another wide on the offside. You know, oh, they're going to take a sneaky single as well, shy at the stumps. Well, it's a direct hit from Colaseri, but safely home was Routledge. Yeah, of course, but besides from the tours and the coaching that the MCC do, the MCC's very much been a large supporter of the infrastructure development within cricket playing nations, and you know they've always helped in the construction of grounds and training facilities where, you know, cricket is emerging. And Malta is certainly, you know, a place where cricket's on the up in mainland Europe, of course, as well. MCC often do tours. I know not long ago the MCC were out in Estonia with a tour, so up and about all the time. Oh dear, trying a little bit too hard there. Is Shankar just dragging that one on the offside. Yeah, that's going to be a no ball, in fact, off the pitch. So a free hit to come, and this is now a good opportunity for Lit to cash in, maybe. Does look to take it on. Hasn't quite come out of the middle of the bat. Here, Shenko will watch it. That's a good comeback from Shenko after struggling with a bit of rhythm. And again, hit down the ground firmly, chase on for the fielders, but I think it's going to split the gap and will do. And will race towards the rope, so another boundary. And Routledge gets this one away. Nice shot, and a touch and a nice bit of appreciation from her partner in Lit as well. So Shankar already gone for 10 off just the 3 legal deliveries. It's looking very tricky at the moment. Now played for just delicately into the onside. They'll get a single. Just saying, not quite the close encounter he was expecting. Yeah, probably not in this one as well. Oh dear, another wide, and just struggling now, losing a bit of rhythm, starting to get frustrated. This is where she just needs someone just to come up and say, it's okay, it's all right, just do what you do, just, there you go. And someone does come up and give her a little bit of a bit of a talking to. She nods and says, I'll try my best. It's all you can ask for. Extras now up to 9 with that wide as well. Tries to play it, but can't get anywhere near it. It's another wide down the leg side, though. And of course, plenty of cricket around the world. Spoke about it a little bit earlier. I might see if I can get a look at some of the results that are going on at the moment. Well, this is a legal delivery that's played away. Again, very busy Yadav down there. Just a single. So Greece, I'd argue, not too bad. End up keeping Denmark to 166 off 166 for 8 off their 20. Greece to 38 for 2 in response after 5. Estonia kept Finland to 142 for 9 off their 20, and Estonia 39 for 1 off in the 8th over. Gooch out there with Ali Masood at the moment. Arsan Amjad 13 off 14. Well, gets a bit of bat on this, I think. It's somehow played backwards and gets a single. There's Routledge. Watch this again. Does get bat on this, I think. Yeah, definitely does. Catches up with it. There you go. Single to end the over then. Score after 8 is 72 without loss. Going along nicely are these two, just playing the ball on its merit. And I have a feeling that their partners that are watching on, their playing partners won't be too concerned with what's going on at the moment. Going up at 9s now. They were as low as 8s at one point. Yeah, of course, we'll be keeping a very close eye on those fixtures out there in Guernsey over the course of the next few days. Nicholas Sanin bowled well. Nicholas Sanin actually took the wicket of Arsan Amjad. It was a caught and bowled, so very much familiar faces in all of those. Sahil Chauhan as well, of course, in there for Estonia. The record man himself when it comes to those. Of course, Czech play against Spain. And Malta, well, they'll take on Guernsey in about, what's that? Just under about 40 minutes time out in Guernsey. So looking forward to those fixtures. In fact, I tell a lie, it'll be a little bit later than that. It'll be 3 hours, 50 minutes, 40 minutes time. Kudapati is going to come on and get a bowl here then. Need to find the overs from somewhere, don't they? Well, Spain got off to a winning start yesterday, but wasn't the most convincing of victories. They were 30 for 4 at one point. Hit firmly through the offside, and again, straight to the fielder though. They'll just get one. Again, been busy. Here's Shankar out on the offside. Another change in the field. This is just the thing for me, for Malta. They do take up some time with their field placements. But again, that's something that just comes with playing more and more cricket. Oh, well, that technically is out. If they're going to, yeah, that is out. And, well, there's a bit of a giggle around, and Kudapati is celebrating. Routledge is going to be out at the non-strikers. And, well, is she being called back here? Hang on a second. She was out. I think she might be getting called back here. And she is. I don't mind that. It's fair enough. Kudapati. Listen, it's within the rules of the game. Fair enough. I think Colaseri just turned around and went, look, let's not, shall we? But fair enough. I think Routledge probably won't be moving out of a crease anytime soon now. Technically was within the laws, though. Yep, stays well in a crease this time. And this time, they just a dot ball into the offside. I don't mind it from Kudapati. The game's a game. You're playing against the MCC. They create the laws. It's their laws. Oh, dear. See? Fun and games. Staying well behind a crease. Short into the onside again. Fielder out there. Will just be one. You'll probably look to try and take Kudapati on now, you feel. Bit of aggression, maybe. Yeah, does hit it firmly, but straight to the fielder. That's well watched. Well done indeed by the fielder on the onside. Wait, saying that was out. It was out, but I can understand as to why they don't want to get the MCC on your wrong side. Pulled onside. Again, a bit of work to do for the boundary rider out there. Should be 2 here. Oh, it turns it down. Routledge wanted it. Well, got to try and get a wicket somewhere, I guess. Create your own, buy a wicket. I did say that, to be fair. Lofted. Bit of a looper. And again, well played, though. Not taking any unnecessary risks, are they? There was only 1/2 a chance, but since then it's all been very much safe batting, but getting runs at relative ease. End of the over. 77 without loss after 9. So then, an over to go at the moment. And you can see there a breakdown at the moment as Routledge and Lip both unbeaten at the moment. You can see just the 11 extras isn't too terrible. 9 overs gone. So 24 conceded by the Isle of Man yesterday. That was an issue that they're going to have to work upon, especially when they take on this Malta side a little bit later on. This MCC side, I should say. Of course, I mentioned Spain taking on Czech, and Truck's just letting me know that Sabawoon had a bit of a horror injury. And of course, wish him well, wish him a speedy recovery. It does not sound nice at all. So at this point, MCC pretty content, won't they? That expected score hasn't really moved from that 170 area at the moment. A little bit on Izzy Routledge. Plays cricket at Middlesex and joined them back in 22. Slotted in very well. Scored quite a lot of runs in that season. Also very useful with the ball as well, with some off spin, which is always never say no to an opening batter who can give you a bit of off spin and is successful in that way as well. This one is played away as Shadafadine will take the 10th. Starts with just a single. Oh, straight back to the bowler. Afternoon to Vinny, who's jumped in, and the old English comment. It's, you know, interesting coming from an Aussie. This is a wide ball though from Shadafadine, or was given as a wide, and rightfully so. Good call. Just snicks a little bit of that pitch. Oh, off the pad, I think. Yeah, leg by, I'd imagine. Oh, Shrug beat me to it. Absolutely. Again, back of a length. That's where they've tried, but they haven't really set the field to it. They're just getting singles a little bit too easily, with too much comfort at the moment. It's too comfortable. That's the issue for these batters at the moment. They need to just apply the squeeze. Maybe get the old double-edged sword field out, just change something up. If you concede runs, you're going to concede runs, but try and force a mistake. Can they find something here? Gone at just above a runner ball, 32. Oh, does this nick anything through? Apparently it does. Nothing given on the leg side. Oh, there you go. Look, there's a cat just sort of watching on. Well, he's not really, as he's got his back turned to it. Clearly a Malta fan that isn't quite happy. Another dot, though. And a good end to the over from Shadafadine after conceding a couple of wides. And he goes for 5. Halfway stage, the MCC going pretty nicely at 82 without loss. Let's have a look at the Melton Shield, of course. This is the updated. I know there was a bit of confusion around some of it at times yesterday, but a couple of ins, some Irish with Sophie McMahon and Christina Coulter-Riley in there for the British and Irish Roses. Of course, the Melton Shield taking place this weekend, not long to go, on Saturday, Sunday, of course. Richard Cunningham Richie himself, Mr. Gibraltar Cricket, will be the coach, and I know that he's very much looking forward to what's going to happen out there, of course. But some of the names for Team Europe, you've got the likes of Sabu, of course, and Baba, and from the Czech Republic, of course, Lisa Bowring from Estonia. Of course, got some Romanian international representative in Rebecca Blake. Congratulations to her. Naomi Hilman Bermejo. And Payal Chalongia, of course, from España. Yeah, of course, part of that dramatic golden ball last year at the end of the year in the ECCW against Malta, wasn't it? And yeah, of course, could see some Italians in there. I actually think it's going to be could be an interesting one. I think the Roses, I reckon, if you're looking at that, I think for me, I think Team Europe could be the favourites going into that one. I just feel that realistically that could be a time where, I think, in all honesty, Team Europe could be going into that one as favourites. Can see fluids just being taken on board. Try asking, did you get your double-edged sword pattern application? Got it in. I think it's all been confirmed. Well, in my eyes, it has anyway. But I think it's a good one. I'll have to see if Vinny's still listening. Double-edged sword, Vinny. You see it in the women's game. What we've seen, we had the Southern Cross field, which was where you had, you of course had the fielder pretty much directly behind the bowler. Of course, now in the in any ECIW fixtures or any cricket that we see a lot, there's often a sort of city or a short cover and a short mid wicket. And I've called that the double-edged sword, and it's going to stick because I'm going to make it stick. That's how it goes. 82 then on the board, halfway stage. Some fluids being taken on. Of course, it is a warm one, 32 degrees at the moment. Humidity is still very much up and about the 70-80% mark, but the cloud coverage is there, which is nice. And I know that the players, officials, and everyone here, and spectators alike, will be all pretty content and pretty happy to see that that's the way it is at the moment. Oh dear, bit of a loopy delivery from Kudapati, but doesn't get hit firmly. We'll just get one. Be interesting to see if these two get up to their half centuries. I'll be interested to see if the MCC retire, which will be interesting. Have a look at the scores in Guernsey going on at the moment. This one, again, hit firmly, but there is a fielder. Yadav is there. Keen as ever as well. Greece 64 for 2, so 103 off 72 is not out of the equation for Greece at the moment. Estonia, well, they've motored along, and they're 80 off 60 with 9 wickets in hand at the moment. So that's Gooch, who's on 34 off 27, and Ali Masood, 16 off 19. Oh, and again, flat batted, swatted down the ground. Should just be one, and will be. Again, Ramachan, very good in the field. Yeah, of course, do wish Sabo Indovitsi a recovery, a speedy recovery. That's a horrible, horrible thought. Of course, not what you want to see happen in your first game of a qualifying week. It's not fun at all. Oh, it's well bowled. Well adjusted, though, by Litt. Gets a single. I think, in all fairness, though, the thing is with those sort of injuries, if it is as bad as we're saying, it's a career. It puts careers in doubt when it comes to cricket, those sort of things. Again, nerdled for one. Be interesting to see to have known what the conversation was between. I think there's a conversation. Oh, there could be another hit. Sloppy. Oh dear, oh dear. Just switched off there, Kudapati. They'll get an extra one. That's arguably buzzers. It'd be interesting what the conversation would have been between the two openers out there in the middle at the drinks break. .40 up for Outledge now, by the way, with that 2. And again, this could be at least a couple more. Just slows up a little bit going across there. Slightly uphill, I guess, but it's sort of in a bit of a bowl is the field. It's not too drastic, but it is still there. Bit of a gradient to go up against. End of the over. 89 with that loss after 11. I know, with just being on my own today, it was I know Rico's out there in Rome, but I'm just having a look at what national day it is today. Today, it is International Burger Day. And I have to say, I was a little bit early on that one. I had a little burger last night, which was quite nice for food. Oh, a little tickle. And okay. Nurdle a single. Yeah, just nurdled round, and Colasari was thinking about maybe going for it, but yeah, rightfully so. Just takes us off the glove, though, wasn't it, for Routledge? So then Routledge into the 40s, lit now just a runnable 34 at the moment. And again, full and straight. Just nurdled down towards the boundary rider on the onside. It's, of course, lots of days, and I'm sure Rico would have told you all through them. I'm just having a look at what they are for myself. Burger Day, National Bow Day. Be an Angel Day is an interesting one. Oh, struck firmly. An evasive action, in all honesty, from Sharafuddin. That was hit firmly, but that's also very well fielded. And again, just dealing in singles. The good thing here is that the boundaries have very much dried up for the MCC, which is positive for Malta, of course. Look at the sort of over-by-over charts. The last boundary was back in the 8th. And we haven't had one since it's all been ones and just a single 2. Outside edge. And, well, foot fielding from Bandeva. Bandeva gets down, does the job, but dangerous. Not happy to see it all the time. Short, onside again. Once more, just sort of struggling for timing, these two now. They were timing it very nicely at the start of the innings, but since then it's been very much an uphill battle. Just haven't found the middle of the bat often enough at times. Routledge is, of course, the more quicker of a scorer than Lit at the moment. Short, wider. I was thinking about leaving it. Probably should have. Doesn't get a run from the shot. It's frustrating. Frustrating indeed for Lit. Yeah, he's still got the likes of Christina Goff and Charlotte Gallagher I'd like to see. Also got Sally Dixon, who's got a very, very good career behind her. End of the over at the end of the 12th. It is 94 without loss. 75 off 53 now for Estonia out there at the moment. Gooch 35 off 31. Scored a 6 and a couple of 4s. Masood 20 off 23. And of course, in the other fixture, of course, Greece taking on Denmark. It'd be an upset if Greece was to get a victory there, but it's looking a little bit tough now. 99 off 64. There's 68 off. It's almost 10. Nurdled. As Kurapati returns. Just a single. Look at wildlife here in Malta. The amount of stray cats, and actually we were talking about this yesterday, last night. There's always stray cats on islands. Don't get it. There's loads of them here. Uppish, but falls short of the fielder. Again, just dealing in singles at the moment. Really not pushing much through the gaps and finding gaps, really. Yes, a Czechia will be, of course, without Savoon, which will be really, really tough for them. Very much a big run scorer for them. There is an aggressive stroke, but it's going to be a chase on for Yadav. It's just pulling up here. Outfield isn't as quick as it looks at the moment. They'll come back for 2. Still no boundary in quite a long time. What other crickets are going on around the world? There's Fiji are taking on Vanuatu. That's an interesting one, isn't it? And tomorrow, Samoa Cook Islands in the sub-regional qualifiers in East Asia Pacific. Onside. Just be a single. Route is nearing that half century now for herself. Of course, was man-cadded, but was brought back after that dismissal. Lofted up in the air. Oh, just gets over the fielder. It was a good shot. I like the aggression, the positive intent. We only get one from it, though, as the three fielders took a bit of time to get it away. Oh, and again, struck firmly. Once more, work for Yadav to do. Just dealing in singles, though. They're really not pushing much at the moment. Kind of that tend to happen as the 100 does come up in that over. At the end of the 13th, it is 101 for none. Of course, 100 partnership for these two as well, which is nice to see. Helped by a few extras. 48 for Routledge and 38 for Litt. Routledge looking to bring up a half century. Of course, I've got to get a slight move on here, time-wise. Malta. Malta will, of course, play Greece tomorrow morning. Early start time of 11:15. And then the Isle of Man take on Serbia in tomorrow afternoon's fixture. And then 3 games Saturday, Sunday. So plenty of action over the weekend. Of course, not only here, but the Meltle Shield. So lots of cricket to feast your eyes upon. Development of the game, the women's sport. It's going to be a wide, well left by Routledge. No need to try and chase those ones. Yeah, of course, we'll be looking forward to seeing Serbia take on Greece, though, on Sunday morning. That was Serbia's first ever T20 international, was against Greece, out in Romania in the Balkan Cup. Nurdled again. But this is the thing, it's too easy to nurdle, and the fielders on the in-ring have got to be tighter. Sorry. It's just too easy at the moment. Colasari has to bring them in. No, got your protection out there, which is fine. Need to drop them in a little bit closer. Stop the easy singles. Thumped into the onside. That will be 4. And that's exactly what Litt was needing. And she was looking for that one, wasn't it? It was just a matter of time. A bit of a sigh of relief from Litt. She gets one away. 4 more, good shot. There to be hit, though. It was in the hitting zone for Litt, to be fair. .107 off 81. There's a good partnership between these two. Now offside. Straight to the fielder, though. I think that's where, with 10 wickets still in hand, and with 6 and a bit to go, I'd be looking to maybe try and go on the onside, be a little bit more aggressive, take the risks. If it goes to hand and they take a catch, you kind of got to say, well, fair enough. The sun comes out finally for what seems like an eternity. Again, Yadav, she's in the hot spots, isn't she? She's always there and in amongst the game. .49 then on the board for Routledge. Looking to bring up a half century. Here's Izzy. And she will do so with a firm push down the ground. And it will be 50 up for Izzy Routledge off of the 42 deliveries. And my thinking was correct. I think they are going to retire out on 50. So Routledge will go. And but a very, very good innings from 50 off of the 42 deliveries. And yeah, she will go. But you can see they're very, very dominant in the mid-wicket area. But that will be the end of Isabella Routledge. Retiring out on 50, which is kind of what I expected. Well, there we go. I was saying about the old red and yellow. A yellow helmet, red and yellow grip is what you like to see. So it's essentially 109 for 1, technically. I did suspect that we'd see that, in all honesty. So from my calculations, I believe this should be Sean Price. We'll have to confirm that. Of course, the old added issue of No numbers, but I think it is. Anyway, 109 for 1 essentially then with that retirement. Lit on strike though. And this is going to be hit firmly again. Yadav has got to get some work, and oh dear, just gets through her. It's a little bit frustrating. She's been so good on the boundary today. That's just one that just gets through. That'll be frustrating for Malta. Just gets down, doesn't it? And just gets through both legs. A little bit unfortunate and frustrating. End of the over, though. It will be 113. 110, sorry, for 1 at the end of 14 overs. It is Price that has gone out. Number 3. Get to see a look at Sean Price. Played a good level of cricket in the south of the UK. In at 3. Nurdled into the onside. Just flicked off the pads. Nice shot. Flick of the wrists. Gets off the mark straight away. Oh dear, it might be 2 here. Probably should have been, but they won't. Just slightly slow to react to that one, was Lit. Estonia have got a bit of a move on, it seems. Goochers and Masood have gone nicely. Uppish to point. Well fielded, though. It could be a run out here. No, get back safely. Easily a single there. It just looks as if our graphics have got slightly stuck there. I can tell you it's 115 for 1 at the moment. Respected, back of a length. Good running though. Always a single there. Of course, brings Lit back on strike. She's not far off her own personal half century as well. Probably just for the lack of the on-screen graphics. So we'll get it back as soon as we can. Bottom edge. Doesn't get near the middle. It'll be a dot ball. Not bad from Anupama Ramachan. Gooch brings up an international 50 in T20 cricket, which is good to see. Congratulations to him. Adds to his 3 that he took at the start of this one as well. An aggressive shot, nicely played down the ground. Might think of 2. We'll just get 1. Moves on to 49 off 46, so we'll get probably another retirement soon enough. What's that now for Estonia? 50 off 37. Done and dusted. Could be a close one between them two. Price. Cut away nicely. Chase on for the fielder. I don't know if it's going to quite have enough to go towards the rope. It won't. Yashenko does very well. They'll get back for just 2. That'll be the end of the over. It'll be 119 for 1 with 5 overs to go. Looking to try and get up to that 170 at the moment. Of course, Price came in at 3 after Routledge retired, after making a very well-made half century, has to be said. Now on 49 or 46, so we'll probably look to get a single here and then probably do the same. Interesting to see who comes out at 4. I believe listed is Sally Dixon, which will be fun to see her come out. Got sort of 5 and or 4 and a bit overs to go, maybe, just to go out there and have some fun. Already feel though that, to be honest, that there was a bit of a dust cloud, or if that was a fire going on over there, but. Something's going on over there behind the ground from where we're looking at it at the moment. So then, Litt on 49 off of the 46. Good opening stand with her other opener in Routledge. Will bring up her 50. Played into the onside. And I'm sure we'll see her walk off as she will retire once again. So another one will make the walk back. And it's been a very good innings from Litt. Just batted alongside Routledge and batted well, didn't she? Very, very well batted for her 50. As we'll see there. Off 47, 6 fours. Playing nicely. A couple of runs down to fine leg, but often not scared to play on the offside as well. So very, very well played innings from the two openers. Both reaching 50. Means that Litt will retire on 50 as well. So the score will technically be 120 for 2. I believe this should be Sally Dixon, who should come in at number 4. We'll have to confirm that. But all we do know is that Price is in at 3, so she'll be on strike. It is Dixon that's coming at 4. Well respected, well bowled from Sharafudin. It's a good area. Not too much the Price really could do about that one, aside from just fully respect it with the full face of the bat, in all honesty. Swept firmly and chase on for Yadav. Can she get down? She does. This time does very well. Very good indeed. Had to watch that one all the way. So look at Dixon then. In at 4, and she'll let this one through to start with, but of course represented Surrey a few years ago. List of teams that Sally Dixon has played for. Of course, players played for the MCC for a long time now, and yeah, played for Yorkshire under 21s, Yorkshire seconds, and then played for Surrey as well. This one's played away nicely into the offside. Oh dear, a bit of a tumble for Price. She'll be okay though. Just took a bit of a tumble on turning back and coming back for the second, but she's okay. Dixon gets off the mark with a couple. Yeah, she played some List A games, of course, for Surrey women. Applied a trade at Shepperton as well. Lords ladies as well for 6. Oh, this one. It'd probably be interesting to see what the umpire gives here. It is going to be buys, thought it would be. 41 off 32 for Estonia now. Gooch and Masood going nicely. And in the other one, Greece and Denmark. Greece 90 off 48, 77 for 4. End of the over, I believe that is here. Might be one more, I think. Maybe not. 125 for 2 is what we've got on the board here. Not too sure if the umpires may have jumped the gun there potentially. But anyway, we'll move on. Means I can talk about this fixture between Greece and Denmark going on at the moment. Of course, Denmark, mix of Shah and Anand hitting good scores of 50 plus. And 2 wickets apiece for Shadab and Galanis, which is nice to see. 3 for Sinan Khan. But runs-wise for Greece, it's been tricky. No one's really been getting going. Bogdanis is 23 off 31, which is tricky, which is the issue. On the sweep, asking the question. On the sweep is Dixon. Let's have a look at this. He's got a party. It's full. Probably too high, it's the thing. Also probably going down the leg side in all fairness as well. Oh, pretty much a replica of the ball before, but this time does get down on the sweep, does. That was Dixon. They've come back for 2. Again, yeah, very good running. Once again, good running though, has to be said. This is, of course, kind of Patty, who is bowling. This one up in the air. Could be a chance. No, just away from the fielder. It's well watched by Aruja, but I like the intent from Dixon. It's there. It's there to be hit. Of course, not much pace on the ball, so you are generating the pace yourself, which is often the tricky part of it. Oh, and hit nicely into the onside. Work to do for the fielder. Does okay. Does very well, in fact. I think that's Santosh who is out there. Score now moves on to what I believe is 130. Apologies, folks, for the lack of the on-screen graphics at the moment. Just trying to work on it on our end. Another change in the field once more. Finland have just got a breakthrough, by the way. They've just got Masood out on 45, so that changes the game slightly in that one. Just having a bit of an issue with our scoring apps here at the moment, folks. Do apologise. Lofted, struck firmly though. Off the knee of the fielder Aruja. Come back for 2 though. That's good running. Very good indeed. It's tricky this for Malta. It's tough, isn't it? It's never easy in fixtures like this. .32 on the board now, chasing it, rightfully so. You've got the rhythm to do so. Well, gets the boot out, Anuja. It works though. Again, they come back for 2. Good running. Dixon's very keen to come back for the second, which is what you like to see, really. That'll be the close of the over. That takes us to 134 for 2 at the end of 17. And of course, this is what's coming up at the end of the season for us here on the network. It will be our finisher. It will be, of course, the ECCW. And, of course, it follows what we've done with the ECC as well in terms of the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. So Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and the Czech Republic in that Challenger Division, all looking for a spot in the Premier Division. Of course, one will fall down from there, which is going to be interesting to see who that could be. Of course, I think Italy probably the favourites to go down from that, but they'll be looking to right some wrongs in that one. But, of course, the England and Ireland and Scotland 11 going to be very, very strong. Of course, looking forward to seeing that one. In Spain, of course, in that Challenger Division. Of course, I know that the Czech Republic, very good side as well. So they'll be looking to try and maybe take a quick spot up the top. Very much looking forward to that one, of course. It's our end of season due, the 9th to the 20th of December, of course. Where else would it be? Cartama Oval in Malaga in Spain. Very much looking forward to seeing that. And, of course, we may have some guests in the commentary box for those 2 weeks out there. Looking forward to it. 11 days of action. Of course, that's to finish off the season. We'll be coming straight from Barcelona from where we'll end up just before we finish that one. 134 for 2 on the board for 17 overs. 3 to go. Oh, just fends at this one, does Dixon. You can see as well the sweatbands and the wrists. Holds red and yellow. Run a ball now for Estonia. Should be an easy victory as Dixon will play this into the offside for 1. Price now on strike, outside of the crease as well. Again, just pushed offside. This is where Malta, they've got to have someone. Double-edged sword. This is where it's got to come into play. Try and stop the easy singles. It's very, very tricky. Has to be said. And again, offside. And again, just an easy single. It's frustrating sometimes. Of course, this is just where, you know, the coach has to maybe put the word out and just say apply the squeeze a little bit. Someone or something has to change for Malta. Not being the onslaught of runs I think many were expecting, though, in all fairness, from the MCC. They were predicted to be up around the 170, 180 mark, but now might be tough to get to the 160s. With the ball to go in the over then for Shadafadine, finishing off her spell. That's a good delivery. Good way to end the over. Good way to end the spell. As at the end of that one, the score after 18 is 138 for 2. So then, a couple of overs to go here at the moment. And of course, the sun now soaring down on this Master Sports complex, and it is tricky. You can see the run rates, it was up at 9s at one point, but they have been dragged back slightly, as it's now down at 7.67. So it certainly has been a bit of a better second half to the innings from Malta. The bowling hasn't been too loose. There haven't been many boundaries that's been scored. Oh, some birds. It's wildlife, telling you. It's here and there and everywhere. Where's the cat gone? It might have some dinner there if it's quick. We're going to go to Ramashan, and this one lofted up in the air. Could be a chance here. Oh, put down. Just got away from Stella Aruja. Well, now there could be a run out, and there will be a run out. Well, there you go. The drop catch does lead to a wicket, and it is finally a wicket that does go because of the fielding from Malta, as it was a run out as Dixon was trying to push the twos pretty consistently throughout this. Throughout her little spell. But you see this, it was up in the air, it was put down by Aruja, but she then had the presence of mind to get the throw in. Ball's not dead until it's finished. We'll have a look here. Of course, was given out on field and no use of the of it here. I think she is just short of the ground anyway, so a good call from the on-field umps, as that will be the end of Dixon. And the third wicket falls, 139 for 3 now. There you go, confirmation, nothing behind the line, easy, thank you. New bat is, I believe, Lydia Clements, who is coming out at number 5. Played away. Drop into the offside by, that was Price who played that one. With a single. Yeah, new bat is Lydia Clements. Just confirmation of that one there. So then, 139 becomes 140 with that single. Nicely played, just opens the face. They'll take another good single. They have been very good. This is, again, the difference that I mentioned it right at the top of the broadcast. I said the difference you'll see is the amount of dot balls faced, and there have not been very many. There's often 1s and 2s here, there, and everywhere. And that's just been the difference in skill between the batters. Gooch moves on to 70, by the way. And what's going to be a match innings I can't speak. Match-winning innings. There we go. We got there in the end. Well done, Charlie. Match-winning innings out there in Guernsey. Well done to you, Steph. Of course, ECN's very own, has to be said. Oh. 20 overs, folks. Takes it out of you. Shot. Nicely played, but back to the bowler. And again, Price will just drop this into the onside, just dealing in singles. Enough runs on the board, though, you feel, at this moment in time. And again, onside. Hit firmly, though, by Clements. Well fielded by Aruja, who's been moved from mid-off. End of the over. Over to go, though. Just 6 balls left. 144 on the board, so it's going to be tough to get up to that 160. They were looking at a 170 score, so as I said, credit to this Maltese side. They have dragged them back. Yes, it's going to be tough to chase this down, if not almost impossible for them, but it has still been very much not a terrible, terrible second half of this first innings for Malta. If you look at where they were at the halfway stage, they were sat at 82 without loss after 10. And since then, it hasn't been one double-digit over. They had 3 of them in the first 10, so that's just been the difference. Of course, Clements, though, will be looking to try and get up to 160. Last overtime, then got the license to give it a go. Yeah, it looks as if this is going to be Yadav to bowl it. Does try to and does hit this firmly. Bit of work to do for the fielder down there in the deep. Watches it all the way. Called back for 2. Good running. Almost always 2 to anywhere out in the deep here. And that's very good from Price to call back her partner in Clements. Yeah, Clements does well. She'd love to get a boundary away here, wouldn't she? Well bowled, though, from Yadav. She's been the sort of shining star. Oh, no. Oh, shy at the stumps. It just gets through Colaseri. They'll come back for an easy second. That's just a bit sloppy. But yeah, she has just been the shining star in this side for Malta, as Yadav in the field and with the ball in hand. Been very, very useful. Wait there, not ball. It's tough for Colaseri, isn't it, as a skipper? Got a lot to deal with and a lot going on. Two required for the 150. And this will probably be it. Work to do for Yashenko. Does very well, and they will come back for the second, though. Always 2 there, so very good good innings this from the MCC. They were looking like they might have got to that 170 at one point, but looks as if it's going to be maybe 155 potentially. Estonia within touching distance now, by the way, of getting a victory in their first game of the qualifiers. Lofted up in the air, falls in the gap though, I think. Just away from the fielder out there in the deep. That will just be 1 though. So then 1 ball to go, last ball then of the innings here. 151 on the board. Price on strike. Comes down the track. It's going to be a dot ball to finish. Yadav finishes very well. It's a good last over with just 7 runs coming off it. And it will be the end of the innings. And, of course, it will be 151 for 3 is what the MCC will finish on. Of course, Price and Clements trying to get going at the back end. Couldn't quite find much out of the middle. nevertheless, it was all due to the big start from the two openers. Routledge was very good at the top alongside Litt, and in all honesty, it was very much an impressive opening stand worth of 100 plus. In all fairness, of course, Routledge did bring up her 50 and then retired, as did Litt as well. Both 50s for Routledge and Litt, off 42 for Routledge, 47 for Nikki Litt, which is very impressive. And it was very much the case of the openers just sort of realistically enjoying their time out there. There were boundaries pretty much consistently scored by them, 10 between the two openers. No one else coming out and scoring any boundaries for the MCC, which will probably be a little bit frustrating for the likes of Price, Dixon and Clements, but nevertheless, damage was probably, they'd argue, already done when they got up to that 100 score, and anything above was definitely a bonus. But yeah, credit to them. It was very that was an interesting moment, as Routledge was technically gone. She was man-catted, and of course within the rules stated by the MCC, that is out. But of course she was brought back by the skipper in Colosseo, which is the right thing to do. As kind of Patty thought she might have had something, so a bit of a celebration, but Routledge was brought back, and yeah, the onslaught continued from those two out there. Nice shots though from Litt, to be fair, and very dominant on the leg side, has to be said. When the ball's there, that's all you got to do. Yeah, Routledge went for 50 though, of course retired herself out, and Litt wasn't far behind her as she kept on the onslaught. Six fours for Nikki Litt, in all honesty. And it was a very good innings, striking it nicely. It was a bit of a game of who would get there first between herself and Routledge. Price and Dixon came out at 3 and 4 respectively. And again, Price looked good for 16 and off 15, but it was good running between the two. It was, of course, ended up being a run out though that was the end of Dixon. It was well done by the likes of Aruja, of course, who put the catch down, but eventually was able to have the state of mind, the centre mind to get the run out. 1-5-1 for 3 is what the MCC finish on. It's going to be very tricky for Malta to chase this down. They looked very lackluster with the bat yesterday, so it's going to be very tough indeed to see how they go in this one. Of course, we'll have a look at the scorecards here, and you can see there 50 apiece for both openers, Routledge and Litt, 42 and 47 balls faced respectively. 16 for Price, Dixon 7, Clements just the 9 as well. Extra's not too bad for the likes of the Malta side, just 19 for them, which isn't too bad at all. They'd like to brush up on them a little bit, but I think the issue for me in that respect was just the bowling was too far on the leg side. It was often full and on the pads, and almost too full in fact, and that was just where the issue started to come, and that was where the boundaries were hit with those bad balls that were bowled. So we're going to take a bit of a breather here. We'll be back momentarily as we'll see the response, and it'll be interesting to see what the MCC have got bowling wise in their attack. Very much looking forward to it. No wickets of course for any bowlers from Malta, so not too much to talk about in that respect, but looking forward to the response of the second innings of this match 2 of the Valletta Cup. You're watching it all unfold right here on the European Cricket Network. Hello everybody, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Welcome back to the Master Sports Complex here in the beautiful location of Malta, of course. That's where we are, folks. It is a stunning, stunning location, has to be said, as we're getting things up and ready for this second innings of the first fixture of the day. It is, of course, Malta taking on the MCC. MCC winning the toss, batting first. Bit of a bullying display to start the morning, or the afternoon even, as Malta going to require 152 for victory, which I think is going to be pretty much out of the equation for Malta. So it's all about just trying to maybe get some individual performances to start with, and then go from there in all reality. But of course, we'll see. You never know. Some things, sometimes things change, so we could see something different. Looks as if Sharafadine is at the non-strikers, and at the moment, which will be interesting to see how things might change for Malta. Behind the stumps, I believe, is Sarah McCann for the MCC. Of course, I know a few people have touched upon it, so no numbers on the back of the shirt. So we'll do our very best to find what we can do. Of course, not too much we can do about it, but we'll very much try our best. Welcome back, though, to everybody in the live chat on YouTube. Pleasure to have you with us. Or if you're watching on Fancode, do let us know where you're watching from, as we're almost ready to get things underway in this fixture, of course, in this second innings. So then, we're ready, almost ready and wearing to get underway, as it's been a little bit of a as I believe this is going to be Janet Godman who is going to take this first over. Be looking forward to seeing what this bowling attack will contain from the MCC. Of course, it will be Colaseri, and it is Sharafadine at the non-strikers. But a warm welcome to Wayne, to Dave, to everybody in between. Pleasure to have you with us at the moment, as we're almost ready to get things going. As Malta require 152 for victory. Here's Godman. Good start. Dot ball to get underway. It's going to be tricky for Malta, it really is. It's going to be very, very tough indeed to try and get something going here. But, of course, the MCC will certainly be applying the squeeze early on. There is no breeze at the moment. It's suddenly got very warm. Oh, good bounce off the surface from Godman. Bit of a giggle from her. Has to be fuller. Got to be targeting the stumps here, the MCC. That's where they've got to look to try and skittle this Malta side out relatively quickly. If they're going to do so, it's got to be full. And you would also feel that realistically the MCC in the field should be pretty good. This is carved away to point. He's they're very tight here at the moment. This MCC side in the field, which is what the Malta side didn't do. That's why the singles were too easy. Oh, this is an interesting one. Let's have another look here. They were thinking that it was going to go down the leg side, but doesn't get out of the way of it. Actually ends up clipping the hip of the skipper in Shamla Colaseri. There you can see, there's the Isle of Man squad turned up. You can see there's Perry, good to see Perry taking on a lot of fluids and moving to the shade, which is probably not a bad idea after yesterday. Nice shot. Struck firmly. Chase on for the fielder. We'll give chase. It'll just be a single. So off the mark. And runs on the board, which is good for Malta. Yeah, good to see Catherine Perry not sat in the sun, but taking on plenty of fluids, which is always good to see. Great performance from the Isle of Man yesterday. And I think they know that they're going to be up with it. It's going to be a tough one against the MCC later on this afternoon. That's going to be a really exciting game. Be a good way to finish the day. End of the first. Just one come off it. It is one without loss after one. Not bad from the MCC whatsoever at the moment. Just the 1% from the start for Malta, which is pretty tricky, in all honesty. Has to be, got to be quite frank about it. It is tricky for them. Looks as if we're going to see some left arm spin come into the attack. Pushed and pushed away, and certainly will be a run. Might be two. I believe this is Goff. It is Christina Goff who opens the bowling. Of course, Goff. Quite a lot about. Got to say, a very large shout out to Meta, by the way. Meta, big friend of Christina. And Monica Loveday, who is not in the playing 11, but is here. Oh, it's probably a wide. Oh, it's not. Snuck in. Interesting. Yeah, of course, former vice captain of the national team. Only up until a little bit earlier on in the year it was Goff. And but still plays. This is pulled into the onside, straight to the fielder though, no run. But of course, Christina also played in the first ever fair break tournament for the Hawks. Good record for her in that one as well. And there's going to be the first wicket. It's a simple cordon bowled. You just feel that that could be the story of the day, as you just think that realistically Malta are going to struggle with the bat. But the first wicket goes, and some muted celebrations as well from the MCC. That will be the first wicket to fall. It is going to be a soft dismissal for Tanuja Sharafuddin. Simple catch for Goff. And that will be first wicket down, 2 for 1. I believe it's Goff's first tour with the MCC, so good luck to her, of course. Yeah, of course, we have seen Christina Goff on the network at times before. Not her first rodeo on the European Cricket Network, of course. As I mentioned, played for the Falcons, has represented Warwickshire as well. Of course, plays for Germany. She has got a T20 century to her name against Austria. That was back in 2020. Her international record for Germany is very, very strong as well. Averages 39, just shy of 40 with the bat, does Goff. And isn't often used really as a bowler, but bowling here and bowling well. Picks up a wicket early on, so it looks as if this is Santosh in at 3. Lefty up against lefty. Should be good to see. And this is uppish, and it's going to be another. It's going to be 2 in 2. Santosh will go for a golden duck, and Goff is now on a hat-trick with 2 in 2 there. So it's 2 for 2 for Malta. They found themselves in pretty similar situations yesterday, as it's a swing into the onside from Santosh. Well, Golden Derek, he's there. He's frozen, though. He's not stuck. Oh, he's moving. Oh, no, maybe. There's no movement. There he is. He's back. That will be Golden Derek to sell us there. Good catch, though, by Nicky Litt. That will be the end of, unfortunately, a very short stay at the crease. Fluids were brought on, but not too much being taken on just yet. Another one goes, though. It's 2 for 2. And on a hat-trick now is Christina Goff. Good catch by Litt, has to be said, at what was square leg for the lefty. Okay, here we go then. It is a hat-trick ball. Oh, nobody there in close. Poor from the MCC. Would have had someone there. End of the over, very good one. Concedes just the run, picks up 2 wickets at the end of the second over. Malta already struggling at 2 for 2. I think the toss in the next game will be a big one. Isle of Man, if they look to win the toss, they might think about maybe batting first, changing it up, because the MCC will certainly look to bat first in that one, you feel. Of course, a win here for the MCC will probably put them at the top of the table just due to the fact of the run rate systems, but of course we'll see how it goes. Here's Godman once more. This is firmly played through the gap. Should be a single and will be. A little bit slow to get going was Stella Aruja. Godman like to pick up a wicket, wouldn't she? Well respected. Oh, and again, well respected. As Godman has got it on a string at the moment. A bit of information about Godman. Godman's played a seriously high level of cricket. He played 2 test matches and 7 one-day internationals between 91 and 96 for England. He played domestic cricket for the West of England, Somerset and Wiltshire and Buckinghamshire. Up in the air. And, nobody there. But has played a very, very high standard of cricket throughout her time. Up-ish. Oh, nobody home. Gonna have to get the helmet out, I reckon. Probably gonna have to be the way that they go about it. But yeah, got good stats as well. As Godman in her test playing days. Played for Buckinghamshire up till 2019. Yeah, made her debut back in '92. She was cap number 113 for England. End of the third, the score 3 for 2. Last test was played against New Zealand in '96. Played ODIs for a couple of years against the Netherlands. First up in July '91. Finished in July of '93 against Australia. And, very much was a very good batter back in the 90s and in the 80s as well. Change of bowler here from this far end. At the moment though, this is still very, very tricky for Malta. It's not been the best of starts. Not really showing too much intent with the bat. It's just very, very tricky times. I believe this to be a bit of a tough start for Malta up against the Isle of Man and against the MCC. Very, very tricky. Alice Fox is the new bowler coming from this far end. Alex Fox, one of the younger of the squad for the MCC. Well bowled. Very good start indeed. It's a good mixture of youth and experience in this MCC side, in all fairness. Plays for Derbyshire women, that has Fox. Played against the Scotland A side and Northants side a few years ago. Now, of course, playing for the MCC. Up-ish, and just over the fielder. It was a good effort. I think that's Clements there. Gets a single, but a good shot though. Good shot, sign of intent and intent from Colaseri, to be fair. Oh, this is a top edge. It's being called a no ball from Fox. Bit of a full toss, in all fairness. Just pushed it, but it was high, wasn't it? There was a few discussions about a couple yesterday. Free hit to come. Missed out. Good take by McCann behind the stumps. Very well watched. Of course, that extra does mean they get a run, but yeah, Ruja yet to get off the mark. The 8 deliveries faced. Oh, good delivery. Very, very good indeed. Not too much Ruja could have done that. Just sort of dabs the bat out at this one. Yeah, good delivery in that real tricky area. And again, just drops the bat on this one. Straight to the silly fielder. That'll be the end of the 4th Good over from Fox, just 2 that come off it. The score 5 for 2. Four overs down, going at, well, not the most impressive of rates, has to be said. It's pretty tricky at the moment. Yet to get off the mark is Stella Aruja, none off 10. 4 off 10 for Colaseri. And the thing is there's just not much to come. I'm going to hazard a guess, right? Now, this is the thing, it is a guessing game. I think this is Lydia Clements who's going to bowl this next over. But I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, then I'll tell you. News is coming into me now. Drum roll, please. Maybe. Not yet. Pushed away, straight to the fielder. It is Clements. Yes, there we go. Get in. See? It's the small things that make you smile, folks. I think by the end of this week, I'll be able to name all of these players without even looking at, at anything. Back of the leg. Oh, white ball called. Let's have a look at this. Lydia wasn't too happy with this. Let's see. Ooh, I don't think that's a wide. That's a really harsh call. That's a really harsh call. Good delivery, good comeback. Push to go straighter due to the wide call. And it's a good delivery, though. Back, not really up to getting that one away. Was Colaseri. It's a tough ask for the skipper. Driven. Not quite out of the middle, though. Well, Vinny's in the chat. I've mentioned the numbers. Vinny, I want to get your take on the double-edged sword field. You gotta let me know about it. Oh, good delivery, inside edge onto the pad. Was not far away. Lucky that it does get something on this because this was very much a good delivery. Just the one run off the over. That's come in the way of a wide. Can they get something off the bat here? Uppish, straight to the point though. Might have copped one there, I think. A bit of a grimace. Oh, man, watching on with a keen eye. Hicks will be there, hoping to try and take a wicket after none for 4. Oh, this one, what's this come off here? I don't think this has come off bat. I think this is almost off the pads maybe of McCann. Another good over though. No runs coming off the bat, just wide. And it's 6 for 2 after 5. Coming up, of course, as it's the end of the power play. Or not the end of the power play, got an over to go. Of course, you can see there a new event that's been added in is Greece from the 20th to the 22nd of September before the start of the ECC. Of course, Spain will be touring Greece in that one. Of course, Greece will be here tomorrow. So, certainly looking forward to that one. And looking forward to the rest of the events as well. You've, of course, got the Netherlands Tri-Series that starts soon. This is Fox to continue. Starts well, dot ball. Of course, I'll give you a little bit more information maybe on, of course, the MCC. Famous for its MCC Spirit of Cricket. Pushed. Another dot though for Aruja. Yeah, of course, it's strong proponent of the spirit of cricket, which emphasises playing the game fairly, with respect for your opponents, the umpires, and the traditional values of the game of cricket. Again, another outside edge. Get the helmets on, get the pads on. It's getting close. Right, Murray, isn't it, from Hornchurch with McCann with similar sort of batting on. Oh, well watched, well bowled, nice and full. But yeah, of course, the principle is included in the preamble to the laws of cricket. And of course, yeah, the membership, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. The MCC membership is prestigious and highly sought after, of course. It's got a long waiting list that can stretch actually over 2 decades. I think it's an average, I think at the moment, it's about 28 years. And only members have access to certain areas of lodge during matches. MCC members, that is, of course. But in fact, although the women, of course, the MCC was historically an all-male institution, women were actually allowed. As another one goes by. That's going to be a maiden. And it's going to be 6 for 2 at the end of the power play, going at ones. Not great at the moment for Malta. Yeah, and of course, as I said, Historically, an all-male institution, women were actually only allowed to become members back in '98 after a vote by the club's members. Of course, since then, they've of course changed it up, but of course influence on the international cricket scene. Of course, the MCC's annual overseas tours have been so crucial into sort of spreading the game of cricket in a lot of non-traditional cricketing nations. You know, they very much helped the development of cricket. As Clements returns, outside edge, could be runs here and will be. Colaseri will think of maybe pushing 2. They won't, just get 1. But yeah, the likes of Afghanistan, Nepal and Rwanda, they've really been influential on touring out there consistently and building the game when necessary. And now with tours, I know recently that the MCC were in Estonia a couple of weeks ago. Now here in Malta, of course. In the year 2024, they've been the men's side, or the men's tour, have been to Rwanda, the Netherlands, Estonia, and Canada. Oh, I think that's going to be a wicket. It is. It's going to be an 18-ball duck for Aruja, but Clements gets her first wicket on the European Cricket Network. As unfortunately, that's going to be a wicket to fall. It's going to be 7 for 3 now. Good delivery though from Clements, to be fair. Through the gate. Straight into middle stump. Thank you very much. Yeah, they've also been to the women's side. Their first tour, in fact, this year, if I'm reading correctly, is Malta. So there's Derek. Derek's up and about, dancing all left, right, and centre. Well, I do know that there were some big names that were utilised in that Netherlands squad. That went out there for the MCC. But yeah, Canada, that's a big one. More information on it. So yeah, Estonia, I know that there was... they played quite a lot at the National Cricket and Rugby Centre in Tallinn. Well, bowled that by Clements though, wasn't it? They opened the tour with 2 fixtures against the Hippos. And of course the Tallinn Hippos. And then they played against the Estonian national side in 2 T20 matches. And... of course, they were just a little bit on there about the Estonian record breaker in Sahil Chauhan as well, of course, after breaking the record that was stood by Chris Gale for a very, very long time. As this is Shankar in at 5, dot ball. And of course, past tours, go back all the way to the likes of 2013, they sort of went, they've been, MCC went to Argentina, Cayman Islands, France, Cyprus, Uganda, so... very much, oh dear, nearly. Very much have been, on different locations. You go back to sort of 2017 again, China and Hong Kong and Tanzania, for example. Lots of different locations. Into the onside, another dot. Dot ball starting to build up here yet again. End of the over. It is 7 for 3 at the end of the 7th. So then, at the moment, you can see their bowlers being used. Look at the economy rates. Pretty one-sided stuff, isn't it? And of course, the maiden for Alice Fox. And yeah, 2 wickets for Gough as well, of course, off that first over from her. This is Amida Kite, who has now come on from that far end. Inside edge onto the pad, starts with a dot. So, yeah, plenty of... You go on the MCC website, there's lots of different information on there, and about the heritage and collections. Well, this is, I think this is bold. It is bold. No one's realised. I don't think Shamla's realised either. And there you go. Look back at the stumps. Leg stump has gone. So that will be another wicket that falls here. And Malta very much struggling as she gets bowled round the legs. Interestingly enough, actually just have a look at this here. I actually don't know if this actually hits the stumps or if it hits the base of the stumps here. Let's have a look. Of course, can't use replays. Oh, no, it has. I think that's hit the stump. I think that's hit the stump. Yeah, it's hit the stump. It has. It wasn't sure if it clipped that bit of the rubber base, but no, that's going to be out. Bowled for Colaseri, who'll go for a couple of runs. Goes for 5 off 19. Malta 7 for 4. Yeah, of course. Spoke about the museum a little bit earlier, but it's one of the oldest sporting museums in the world. Of course, traces the history and development of the sport of cricket. Collection was established back in 1864, where members were invited to donate any items of interest to furnish the pavilion. In 1953, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh opened the Imperial Memorial Gallery, which then enabled the MCC to display works to the public for the very first time, and of course now works in association towards accreditation standards and collaborates with a number of national museums and schools throughout its active loans, community and tours programs. The museum is it's actually part of a sporting heritage nationwide network which cares for sporting collections, and as a sports museum collects history shortly after it's made through items associated with particular moments of people. I remember going there not too long ago before I left and finished uni, and went to the museum, and bits there from very much the last couple of years, which of course recent history, but it's history in itself. Kite on the verge of a wicket maiden. Wouldn't be the first we've seen so far in this tournament. Malta faced a few of them yesterday. Well, not going to be. That's a nice shot from Ramashan. Pushes away. It's off the mark nicely. Be a single. Of course, lots of cricket going on in Rome as well. Last day of group action. I know Vinny was there this morning after a start, and then Nish took over, and I think Rico's there now. It's all a bit too much going on out there for me. It's too much. Can't keep up with it. Leg side wide. Bit of an extra. And they'll get an extra run as well. Good running. There is not much air at the moment, folks. The wind has completely died down. But yeah, of course, at the moment, the fixture going on in Italy is lovely shot and nicely played. Back foot cut from Ramashan. It's one of the best shots of the day from Malta thus far. Not too many to mention. And of course, Bologna playing against Kent Lanka Napoli. Bologna 31 for 3 in that over thus far. Kite gone for 4 off the over, picked up a wicket. Can she take another to finish? Oh, good take. Excellent take by McCann behind the stumps. Wasn't sure if this clipped something on the way through. Umpire gives it as a wide, so that tells me all I need to know. Faizan Nassar is 25 off 7, which is pretty impressive out there at the moment. Of course, it's the penultimate game before tomorrow's action gets underway. Faizan Nassar 25 off 7 at the moment. Of course, the new one took 2 for off his first 2 deliveries in that third over, which was pretty impressive stuff from him. That's probably going to be a wide. Yeah, it is. Pushing it a little bit too far. So yeah, of course, spoke about Estonia and Finland. Of course, I think if I have a look, I believe we'll see that Denmark did beat Greece by 32. Not a bad effort from the Greeks. Bottom edge. And that'll be the end of the over. 8 overs gone. Score 14 for 4. Yeah, Denmark just too good for Greece. Hamid Shah was the player of the match in that one, and Stefan Gooch was the player of the match in the 6th game of that one. 3 for 20 off his 4 overs and 72 off 52. Stefan, very well bowled, sir, and well batted indeed. Helped nicely by Ali Masood, 45 off 34 for him. No Sahil Chauhan, that's the thing. When you're winning games, Estonia, without Sahil Chauhan batting, you're going to be pretty content with that one. The afternoon fixtures out in Guernsey are the Czech Republic taking on Spain. That is in just over an hour and a bit. Malta taking on Guernsey. That's the important one for of course, anyone here in Malta at the moment. This one is played away. This, of course, is Isabella Routledge, who opened the batting, got 50. Taking the 9th over. Afternoon trip. Says it's hard keeping up with everything that's going on with all the cricket, especially here on the network. It's true. It's fair enough. It's completely understandable. Oh, good delivery. Just tucks her up, but that's well done from Clements. Good fielding. Good running, though, as well. It's better. Positive from Malta. The thing is you're concerned about what's yet to come. Batting-wise, there isn't much left. Khatri, of course, struggled yesterday with the bats. That's why we haven't seen her yet. I don't mind the intent that I'm seeing from Ramashan, though. It's positive. She's trying to play shots. I think that's kind of what you got to do as a batter in this Malta side. You kind of got to forget about the game scenario and just sort of bat for yourself, bat sensibly, and hit your shots when you can. That'll be a single into the onside again. Clements very much involved heavily at the moment. And again, once more onside. Rotating the strike though, which is positive. It'd be interesting to see if there'll be any changes for that Spanish side. Of course, a good start yesterday against Cyprus. Not the most convincing of starts, after being 30 for 4 with the likes of Yasir Ali failing, Ihsan failing, and Mohamed Yassin failing as well. Into the over here, it is a good one. 4 come off it, 18 for 4. I think everyone here on the ground probably looking forward to the afternoon fixture, of course, where the MCC will take on Isle of Man. I think that will be a bit more of a level playing field. I think we'll see a little bit more action maybe in that fixture. This one, just I think the level's a little bit too high for Malta. But this is a good little cameo between these two at the moment. This is Nikki Litt. This is played into the onside. Could be a run out. Gets home safely in the end. Collars are good though, aren't they, on the shirts of the MCC? Up in the air. It's going to be gone. I don't mind it though, I have to say, from Anupama Ramashan. She's been the only batter that's come out and showed a real sign of intent. But Litt will add to her runs. She'll pick up a wicket. That's a good catch in the offside. Simple catch taken, but taken nicely. As that will be the end of Ramashan, and that will be 19 for 5 now. Just swatted away off the splice. Simple as you like for the fielder there. Away goes Ramashan. Tough times for her. Tough time for all of Malta, to be honest. I think they'll mostly be looking forward to maybe playing against the likes of Serbia. I think it'll be an interesting game between them and Greece as well. But yeah, not too much energy coming out of that Malta dugout, has to be said. But as I say, I like the intent. The intent was certainly there, which is all you can ask for. Good catch by Dixon in short cover. I think they might have just taken drinks here as well, which is probably a sensible idea, what with it being just a couple of deliveries away. But Malta at the moment 19 for 5, so they are just very much struggling. Yadav has come out. Of course, there's Lakita Yadav, who, as I said, was been a bit of a shining star. Arguably a youngster, but played quite a lot of games now on the network over the last couple of years. Of course, that's where we are at the moment. That's kind of halfway through. Of course, they're taking a bit of a drinks break, so it's kind of where we are. You can see 250s for the openers for Routledge and Lip, but at the moment it's been Colaseri, who's only been 5 off 19, and yeah, it's not been pretty. But yeah, bowling-wise, she's been very good, Yadav. 3 for 6 against Estonia at the a couple of months ago, sorry. Batting-wise, she got 5 in that series. That's been her best score, so can she get something going here? It certainly would be nice to see. Wicket for Lit then. Hit away from Yadav. Swing and a miss. Another dot ball. That one turns back in, sneaks in. Yadav just slightly away from the ball here. Just retracting his earlier statements. Fair enough. Or comes off the glove of McCann, but Yadav foot was slightly up and away, but I think she's okay. You can see there's a bit of movement. Oh, I don't know. This might just be something behind, but anyway, that'll be the end of the over. 10 overs gone, halfway stage, technically. The score here in Malta is 19 for 5. 32 days to go now till the ECC, just shy of a month, just over a month in fact. Of course, till the 23rd of September, E-Challenger Division. A couple of those teams, of course, taking part in the qualifiers at the moment. But yeah, looking forward to that one. It's going to be a big event out in Carter. We'll come back to live action. Routledge continues. This is an interesting one here. Uppish, but into a gap. Again, just get a single. Yadav on strike, yet to get off the mark. Good take from McCann. Been very impressed with their glove work. That's their thought. Yesterday as well, so for the Isle of Man. This is a nice drive. She'll get off the mark with that, with just a single. But yeah, I have to say, I thought that the Isle of Man, I thought that Webster was good behind the stumps as well. Of course, Malta without their normal captain and keeper in Jess Reimer, not here at the moment. So Colaseri stepping in and stepping up to the plate in both regards. Oh, off the pad. Slight inquiry, but no one really putting much gusto behind it. Again, back of a length, but turned into the onside. So a couple of singles in the over, and at the end of the 11th, Malta 21 for 5. So then, at the moment, this is tough times for Malta, has to be said. Can't say it enough, I'm afraid. Afternoon to Jacob, joins us. Hope you well, Jacob. Send your best to your father as well, to James. Let's have a look then. You can see there the victory here for the MCC will probably put them at the top of the table in terms of net run rate. I feel that that's where this is looking as if it's going to go, but of course you never know. We could see something else. much exciting match coming up though in a while. It's going to be a dot to start the next over. Uppish should be gone and will be grabbed. Very good grab by the fielder. Very well done indeed. It was almost got away from her in fairness, but it's a good catch in the end. I believe that's Johnny Godman, I think, but we'll have to confirm. But a very good catch though. It was almost away from her, but you can see a bit of a laugh and a giggle. Good catch in the end though, but that'll be the end of Shankar, who'll go. Score now 21 for 6. Good catch in the end, and the MCC very much on top here, and they should be very happy with their efforts, but I'm almost certain that we might see them reevaluate their batting first technique, just because I think they know that really, well, they know it's a bit tough. Yeah, that is a hat on the floor, folks. Iashenko has come out next, so still no catch trick after her 28-ball duck yesterday. Good catch, though. Very, very good catch indeed. So then, it'll be 21 for 6 as Iashenko will come out. It might actually be 22 for 6, I believe. That was put away. Dot ball to start for Iashenko. Yeah, Joachim must be very keen and happy to see the result earlier. Oh, almost from Litz, almost indeed. I'll be keeping a very close eye though in an hour's time on that next fixture, of course. Spain taking on the Czech Republic. Oh, push, a nervy push from Iashenko, but can't get it away. Of course, next game scheduled to take place in exactly an hour's time, so might be a pretty quick turnaround, but we'll see. We will see indeed. Dot ball, and that will be the end of the 11th over. The score 22 for 6. Wicket falling in there. So still Yadav and Iashenko out there at the moment, and yeah, it is tough. But you know, at the end of the day, the only way you're going to get better, and this is the thing, this is a great experience for these Maltese players. That I have to say, that is a first for me. It's a new graphic that I don't think I've seen that one before. It's true though, we are just making sure that the scores are all right and up to date. But yeah, the only way that you're going to get better at cricket is by playing against better players. It's the only way that you're going to build up that match experience, get the tactical awareness. It's all about practice and time and effort. So that's the one thing you've got to take out of this, is that realistically, got to be taking the positives out of the situation. Oh, well, not far away. Just be a 1 from Yadav. Just a bit of confirmation on what's going on with that catch as well. Well, this could be another. No, it's hit firmly, but not firmly enough, which is a positive. Iashenko, as Clemens wasn't there. It'll just be a single. Gets off the mark, does. It's a bit Lana. 24 for 6 now on the board. My corrections are correct. My thinkings are correct. This is again hit firmly. That's twice now. Yadav has hit a nice shot into the offside. Good cutter off the ball. asking the question. Umpire unmoved. Let's have a look. Good appeal. Why is that not out? That's my question. I think that's out. They're appealing. I'm asking the same question. Probably should have had one, but doesn't go to the way of the MCC. Oh, outside edge, gets away from McCann. Godman's having a bit of a giggle. She probably can't believe she hasn't has struggled to do so. That'll be the end of the over though. 25 for 6 after 13. So then, you can see there, Godman, number 6 off her 3. And just a bit of clarification as to who's bowling the next. But Yashenko 2 off 8. New bowler, I believe. I think this is the skipper. Uppish, nobody there. Personally think this is Charlotte Gallagher. It is Charlotte Gallagher. I'm telling you, get in there very quickly. I'm pretty happy with that. Another dot. Yeah, Charlotte Gallagher, of course, also played for Middlesex a few years ago. Oh, again, need to get somebody in close there. Get the double-edged sword in play. And again, nobody there. Got to get someone in. Come on. Get somebody in there. Oh, dear. Gallagher's, I think, just opted not to there. Another dot ball. Oh, dear. Well, they tried to get a run, but nobody home. Well, still nobody there, so it's going to be a maiden for Charlotte Gallagher. As that will be the end of the over. It's another one, another maiden. 26 for 6 after 14. So then, folks, looks as if it's kind of what we were expecting with this one, really, isn't it? I think we all sort of knew that the MCC were going to be a little bit too much for Malta. Well, a little bit too much is probably a bit of an understatement. 26 for 6, going at 1.8 at the moment. Godman's going to continue. Oh, an inside edge. Gonna have unable to get it away. Again, Fuller, oh, not far away from the leg stump at all. Gorman trying to get a wicket. It's kind of similar to sort of Hicks yesterday, where she just couldn't get anything to go her way. Of course, Hicks did put that Corden bowl chance down, but oh, another one. This is outside the off. Oh, down the leg side and hit firmly. Work to do for Clements. Think of two, won't get there. Very good arm, very good in the field. That's why she's out there in the deep, you'd say. Excellent work indeed. Just get a single. Yushenko and Yadav have a bit of a conversation. Can Goblin pick up a wicket? No, not this time. Blocked away. Yushenko just dropping the anchor. 2 off 15 now for her. That's going to be a wide. Just pushing it a little bit too far. I have to say, huge thanks to the Malta Federation, by the way, always looking after us whenever I've been here. I know everyone will say the same. Very well looked after indeed. And away from the bat of Yushenko. Well, we've called that over, but I don't know if it is. Might be missing 1 or 2 there. We'll have to wait and see. Crew saying give them some numbers, Charlie. 1 to 11, stick on the back. I think they did try to, but I just don't think any good tape was available. I think that was the issue, and they did try, but it just kept falling off. And the thing is, in this heat as well, it just doesn't really stick. Lots of little crop dusters sort of fly around. The old planes just flying over. There's a lot of them around. Anyway, that is the end of the over. This is Gallagher who returns. Oh dear, Yushenko's almost caught wondering. The worm is certainly staying underground. You're right, Dave. It's not really opting to come up to ground level. And uppish, but either way, great stop. Excellent in the field. That's Dixon. A smile on the face as well, rightfully so. Good stop indeed. Still a few overs left in this innings. It's been very, 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 very tough. Oh, another one. Yushenko just not really playing any positive intent here. I'd love to see her just try and give it a go. There you can see the man waiting. See a few spectators in it as well. It's a lovely afternoon. Lets it go. Lana might have been trying to get a wide out of that one. There you go. There's the intent. Oh, and straight to the fielder. Could be a run out though. Won't be. Yadav's taken a tumble. She's okay. She's having a giggle. McCann's just sort of looking at saying, well, what's happened there? And, well, at the non-strikers, probably Yushenko should have been gone, but Gallagher just didn't take it. Couldn't get into the right areas. Yushenko will get a run. But Yadav also ended up on the floor. Glad to see that she is okay, though. Away from a ball that wasn't there to be stepped away from. Dot ball to finish. That'll be 29 for 6, I believe. Gallagher bowls another good over though. Yeah, apologies folks, just with the lack of the on-screen graphics. Just having a few internet connection issues on our end. I'll try and fix it as soon as possible, but I believe that's 29 for 6 at the end of 16. That's off my calculations. Change of bowling. Looks as if, I think this is Clements to return. And once again, Ioshenko. And the Ioshenko drop back. Nothing there. On the pad. Gets wrapped up, but not able to get it straight enough. Another dot. No, it's been called a wide again, but I don't think that is. Let's have a look. Similar one that Clements got earlier. I don't think that's a wide. I really don't. I think that's pretty tough on Clements to be giving that a wide. Oh, what's this come off? Oh, yes, no, maybe. Interesting to see what this comes off here. Let's have a look. High and outside, isn't it? Almost off the hip of Ioshenko. Good spell though from Clements. Oh, another one where Ioshenko just puts the bat forward. 2 balls left in the over, 30 for 6 after 16.4. Oh dear. Steps around one that was full and straight. And Ioshenko will go. That's disappointing. It was not that far down the leg side. In fact, I think this was actually on middle stump more than anything. Let's have a look. Yeah, it clatters into middle leg. Not the best decision being made there, but unfortunately, a little stand comes to an end. 31 for 7. Another look at it there. Just wrapping around the pads, unfortunately, just trying to sort of evade something that really got to just get something down on it. That's just the intent from Ioshenko. She's got the coordination to do so. It was just unfortunately that she hasn't got the intent, and I think it's a matter of confidence really for her. I think some time in the nets would do her well. Certainly has the technique. She's got the defensive technique. It's just about sort of manipulating that into the attacking side of the game as well. This looks as if it's going to be Silvana Bandeva who's going to come out. No, I tell a lie. It's Shazama Khatri, I believe. It is Shazama Khatri. So, we'll be looking to improve on her performance yesterday. Will Khatri. Still trying to catch up, folks. Apologies for the lack of a scorecard for you. Oh, off the pad. Good delivery, though, from Clements. Good over. That's not far away. End of the over. Believe the score's 31 for 7 at the end of 18. In fact, that's after 17. Sorry, folks. Apologies. These, of course, are upcoming events. We can talk you through them a little bit quickly here. Of course, we've coming to the end of our time in Italy with the Malta Shield this weekend. Then, of course, the Netherlands actually gets underway, of course, tomorrow. Then we go to Austria on Monday. Nish will take you through the first day of action there. We'll come back to live action. Here's Goff. This is uppish and is taken. Good catch by the skipper, I believe that is, in Gallagher. Straight to her, but it came at a pretty good pace. Goff picks up another, though. That's another one for her. I believe that's 3 for her now, in fact. It is. Picked 2 for up in her first wicket, in her first over, sorry. Another one bites the dust though, as that's going to be the end of Yadav. And the score now going to be 31 for 8. Good catch by Gallagher, to be fair. Came at it relatively quickly. This looks as if this is Tambi Kurapati, who is in at number 10. Turned around in the corner, thinking of a single, yes, no, maybe. Now they will. Could be a run out. Oh, there won't be. The throw just a slightly little bit wayward. Goff was intrigued though and interested, wasn't she? Doesn't run the bat in though, does Kurapati. Got to be careful. Slapped away. Straight to the fielder though in covers. Well watched by Clements. So folks, of course, a bit of a quiet first game, but hopefully second game should certainly be an interesting one. The MCC taking on the Isle of Man. Certainly feel that one will have a little bit more to it, a little bit more meat on the bone potentially. So certainly looking forward to that one. There we go, got it back for you folks, apologies. 32 for 8. Dot ball. Again, playing a miss from Katri. That's going to be the end of the over, I believe, as that will be 32 for 8 at the end of the 18. Nevertheless, 2 overs to go, though, of course, and not far away. Clements has taken a very good spell of 2 for 3 with an over to go. She's going to bowl the all-important next over. And then, of course, they're not far away from the end of this one. Here is Clements. Swing and a miss. Pretty much just trying to get through the next 12 deliveries, aren't they, MCC? Again, good delivery. Corridor of uncertainty is very good from Clements, has to be said. Bowled very well, as I said, 2 for 3. An array of bowlers used, which is good from the MCC. Goldman bowling out her 4. Clement's going to be the other one to do so. Alex Fox, of course, bowled very well. 2 overs for her, 1 maiden, and 2 runs out of them as well. Thought Routledge probably bowled quite well as well. None for 7 off her 2. Lit as well, 2 for 1 off of her 2 overs. Pretty impressive. Bottom edge, that'll be another dot. Thanks for sticking around for this one, folks. Appreciate your support, of course, always on the network, and lots of cricket, of course, with I think a game and a bit to go out in Italy as well. So, of course, got another T20 to come this afternoon. The MCC taking on the Isle of Man. Cannot wait. I think that's going to be a cracker. Probably going to be a dot ball, and will be. So Lydia looking to try and finish off with a maiden here, potentially. And we'll finish with a maiden. Probably might get a run out here. No, good dive. Last-ditch effort from Katri to get home. Very good spell from Lydia Clements. 2 for 3 off her 4 overs. Very, very impressive indeed. Katri gets home just though. End of the over. 1 over to go, folks. The score, 32 for 8 off of 19. See that? There's a look at the bowlers, as I mentioned. Maidens for Fox, Litt and Gallagher. Of course, 2 wickets for Litt, 2 for Clements, and 3 for Goff. And Goff's got an over to go. She's going to come on back here and try and... Well, she picks up 2 here. She's going to 5 for. Here is Goff. Last overtime. And hit away. That'll be runs. There we go. Runs for Katri. And I think that's going to be a big sigh of relief for her, because I know she was probably very frustrated after yesterday. But she'll be glad to have got runs there, absolutely. Gets a run onto her name, which is nice to see. Goff trying to finish off the innings. Well, another run potentially. White London Buses gets the throw in. Goff, of course, mostly known as a batter, but clearly showing that she can bowl. Of course, she's got a very, very good record internationally with the bat in hand. Slapped away, that'll be a dot. Uppish, but again, slapped away. Nobody home, though. I'm saying that Katchi's not got a run. I thought she had a run. Or am I missing something? What? Surely. Surely we've got to give her that run. She hit it. No? That's... Ooh. Look at... I don't think Christina had much of a hunt. What happened here? Let's have a look. A bit wide. That's a wide ball. How's that not been given? What? Oh, no. How's that not been given? That's a nice shot. Well, she's definitely got a run now. Pretty sure she should have 2. Well done by Dixon. Out in the deep. Very good arm. Right over the top of the stumps. Well, apparently that's the end of the game. I don't know if there was a game with a ball or 2 left, but nevertheless, a very dominant display by the MCC, and I think it's what everyone was kind of expecting going into this one, as realistically it was a very, very dominant display. But credit to Malta, they stuck at it and gave it a go. That's all you can do. All you can do is give it your best. There's a bit of rain is all of a sudden coming down here in Malta, so that's something to keep an eye on, as there's a bit of a cloud starting to form over us. We'll have to keep an eye on that one for you folks. But nevertheless, of course, some of these highlights have been very, very tricky for the Malta side. Goff was very, very good at the top of the order, though, wasn't she? At the top of the innings with her left arm off spin. Very, very good indeed. And you can also see there at times that Clements was good as well. Good spell for her. 2 for 3 off her 4. 3 for 2 for Goff is what I think she ends up on. Might be a little bit more. But again, also Godman bowled very, very well for her. 4 overs, just went for 8. But a couple of maidens in there as well. It is just starting to rain. How bizarre is that? It was... Humidity's been high. That might be why, but... in all fairness, it was a simple catch for Dixon, of course. Catching was very good, and the fielding was very good by the MCC. It's kind of really what you would expect. But again, another heavy defeat for Malta, which is going to be tough to come back from. That was a good catch by Godman, to be fair. And Dixon got down and did the hard work, which was very, very good. This one was the end of Yashenko. Just walked round one that unfortunately wrapped her up around her legs. So tricky times for Yashenko. She was trying to drop the bat, but as I was saying, just needs to show that sign of intent. She's got the defence. She's very good at defending the ball. It's just that next positive intent that we like to see. Gallagher took a good catch with that one, in all fairness. And that was the end of the game, as it was a comfortable victory in the end, as it's 118 the margin between the MCC. Malta finishing on 33 off just the 20 overs, which is pretty tricky. Extras very good, just 9 coming off them. That's the thing, you take 9 away from Malta. It's 24 for 8 off of 20. It's just not good enough, is it, realistically? Nice view of where we are here, though, in the beautiful, beautiful Master Sports Complex, which is currently under a bit of rain, which is a bit interesting. Hopefully just a bit of spit and nothing too much more to worry about. Of course, the MCC looking to go 2-2, as the Isle of Man are warming up and looking ready to go. And good news is Perry is in the warm-ups, which I know will please a lot of individuals and lots of people looking forward to seeing what happens with that one. Well, I think we're just going to have to maybe wait a minute just to see the scorecards. I think it's going to be a little bit of a check. We're just having a few issues with our internet, so we do apologise with that one, folks. But what I can say is it's 118 runs, the margin between these two. We'll be back in around about, let me do the maths, half an hour's time. as we'll leave you with some beautiful views, and then we will bring up the scorecards when they're up and ready for us here. But of course, huge thanks for your company in that one. Looking forward to the next one. I think that one's going to be a thriller, as I think it's going to be very, very exciting indeed. The Isle of Man taking on the MCC in around about half an hour's time. Pleasure to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. Hello everybody, welcome back to the wonderful Malta here, of course, in this very, very beautiful location here, the island of Malta, of course. We're ready for the second game of the day. It is, of course, the third fixture of the Valletta Cup. It is the Isle of Man taking on the MCC in this one. Both sides have got a win to their name, both against the Malta side. Someone's O has got to go. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier.
Hello, welcome. Today is third match, Valletta Cup, third match, MCC home, Isle of Man away. This is the head, this is the tail, okay? You spin the coin.
Tails.
Tail, tail it is.
We will have a bat, please. Okay. Lovely.
Isle of Man won the toss, batting first.
There you go then, news from the toss skipper. And Alanya Thorpe winning the toss and batting first. I think it's the sensible choice. Realistically, the Isle of Man know that this MCC side are strong in all three parts of the game, so they know that they're going to have to be putting on a big fight if they're going to, of course, maybe look to take on what is a strong MCC side. Many people pipping this to potentially be the final over the next course of the next 5 days, maybe towards the back end of Sunday. They think this could be the game that we'll see realistically, but it's going to be a tricky one, of course. It is a beautiful location here at the Master Sports Complex, it has to be said. Time and time again, we come here and we get surprised by everything. It is always a sight to behold. Of course, you can see architecture is next to almost perfect. It's amazing, it's stunning. Let's have a look at the lineups. Late change, Kitty Juster comes in, as it will be the likes of Clements, who drops out after picking up a good spell with the ball. No changes apart from that. Claire Crow comes in for the first time for the Isle of Man. Big news is that Catherine Perry is fit and makes the squad, so they'll be looking forward to seeing her with the ball. But of course, will probably be the likes of Little Johns and Barnett to open the batting. Didn't really see too much else, did we, in that victory yesterday for the Isle of Man, of course. So it's going to be very, very intriguing to see how they get on against a stronger bowling lineup of the MCC. Of course, I think we might be seeing a little bit of some different tactics being used in this one. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see how things go in this one. It's a pleasure to have your company with us here on the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the third game of this Valletta Cup. Second game of the day, of course, here in Malta. And you will see that the sun has faded here in Malta. There is a big cloud that it just isn't shifting. There's no air to move it across. It is very much a warm, muggy afternoon here in the beautiful Malta. Of course, cricket going on all around the globe. Not only here in Malta, but also out in Guernsey. Good luck to the Czech Republic, Spain, and then also Malta, of course, taking on the host Guernsey in their fixture. So good luck to those 4 teams out there as well. But here at the moment, it's the MCC taking on the Isle of Man. So going to be a tricky game for both sides. Don't think it's going to be a simple one. This is certainly the fixture that everyone was looking forward to today. The first game was a bit of a warm-up act. Proceeds what could be a very exciting one. Amelia Kite is going to be opening the bowling in this one, as we're almost set and ready to get things underway in this third fixture of the Valletta Cup. Opening the batting will be Barnett alongside Little Johns. Very much looking forward to this one. Hello. Let's get things underway. Almost. We're just waiting for that clock to tick over the half-an-hour mark. And we'll get right into the thick of the action here in wonderful Malta. Of course, pleasure to have you with us. Hope you're looking forward to it, because I certainly know that I am. Of course, you can just see it is a bit gloomy and a bit muggy. Hopefully, there shouldn't be any rainfall. We had a spit, but we'll be okay. Kite to open the bowling. And it's going to be a dot ball to start. Warm welcome to Dave, back to Dave, to Jeff, to Jacob, everyone, to Kroom, James as well. Long way to go in this one, of course. This one, though, too wide. Judged by our umpire there, Monica Loveday, who was originally down as part of the MCC squad, but has dropped out and is now taking on the umpiring, and that's going to be a wide, as Kite just struggling a little bit to find her rhythm early on here. Uppish from Barnett. And straight to the fielder though, well watched. So an early sighter for Barnett. Played well yesterday in that innings, didn't she? Looked very comfortable at the crease. Oh, and this one is a wide ball that unfortunately McCann can't quite cut away. Good running though. Full toss across the line of the ball, Little John. We know that's where she likes to play. She scored a couple of boundaries yesterday in that deep mid-wicket region. So it certainly is a scoring area and a scoring option for her in that respect. Be interesting to see if Goff gets another few overs, of course. It'll be very, very interesting to see. This one is uppish but put down. And tricky attempt for the fielder, but it goes astray. Little Johns gets a life. And back to live action. Couldn't quite sneak one in. This is a bit early on it, but gets it away. Chase on for the fielder. I think might just get there before the ball reaches the rope. They'll turn and come back for the second. It's a good throw, but good running between the wickets between these two. They've got a good understanding between each other. Barnett gets off the mark with a couple. Yeah, of course, good luck to those out in Guernsey. Spain currently 7 without us, but of course got to keep an eye on Malta, haven't we? They've of course taken on Guernsey after a disappointing loss yesterday to Finland. Lofted up over the top and hit perfectly. 1 bounce 4. Gloriously played from Barnett. She played a couple of those shots yesterday. She loves going over the top early on. It was in the slot there to be hit and took it on with a severe degree of success. Good way to end the first. And it's a good start for the Isle of Man. 11 without loss after the first. I have to say that win predictor at the start of this one was only giving the Isle of Man 6%. I think that might be a little bit too harsh. It's already changed now, of course, up to, what's that, 8 now? I still think that's a bit harsh. I think you've got to give them credit where credit's due. I think the question will be the batting that's left to come. I think that will certainly be interesting. Not a ball being bowled yet. I think they're just having an issue with weather out in Malta versus Guernsey, being played at the King George V Sports Ground. Fox at the far end starts with a dot. Good delivery first up. Swinging away from the right-handed Little Johns. Oh, uppish again, just short of the fielder. Direct hit could be close. Was not far away. Well fielded in the covers by Dixon to use the body there. It just popped up off the surface. But this was not far away. We'll get a good look at this here. You can see they were very much interested. Direct hit would have been gone for all money. But Little John survives. Instantly. Good scoring rate though. Bit different to what we saw in the earlier fixture. Lovely shot through the covers. Not quite out of the screws, so we'll have to probably turn and come back for the second. It's well watched in the end. Of course, change as well that we forgot to mention is that Emma Marsh comes in for the likes of Janet Godman in this one. So a couple of changes for them in that respect. Lucy Barnett, though, looking confident as ever at the top of the order for the Isle of Man. Change in the field here. double-edged sword does start to just come into play. That cloud just isn't moving. It's just been stuck there all afternoon. I say that the last sort of half an hour, 45 minutes. Back of a length, carved away, straight to the fielder. That's well watched. Good game of cricket this, though, you feel, folks. 14 off the first for Spain against the Czech Republic. Keeping an eye on it, of course, for obvious reasons. Lofted and over the top. That's a glorious shot. Again, chase on for Goff. She got the legs to get there. No, the ball doesn't quite have enough on it. Good bit of fielding. But again, good positive intent from Barnett. And again, just showing that there are options here. There are opportunities to score. Of course, it'll be interesting to see who does come in next. Of course, the likes of Caitlin Henry did come in yesterday and had a good little helping hand. Rightfully so, respected, full and straight on the stumps. No risks necessary. End of the second, going at 8. 16, all without loss. And then potentially, might see the likes of Kim Carney. And then also listed at 5 is Sam Hassel. So it'll be interested to see, of course, if they pick up a couple of wickets, the MCC, what we'll see of the middle order of this Isle of Man side. You can see their confirmation that the MCC did go top of the table after the first game this afternoon. That thumping victory over the Malta side, 2 losses from 2. But as I said, someone's always got to go for these two. Both of them have got a victory apiece. Looking forward to seeing Greece and Serbia tomorrow. Greece in the first game against Malta. Isle of Man against Serbia in the second. Firmly hit into the onside. Bit of a misfield at mid-wicket. They should probably turn and go for 2. Ball doesn't quite reach the rope. They will turn and come back for the second. Good hitting, though. They're taking it on as this is Kite that's come back for a second. Being trusted by her skipper and Charlotte Gallagher, who I'm sure will be very, very content after that first performance. Very much went the way we expected after the toss result of them winning the toss and batting first. They won't be happy to be bowling first in this one. I think they would have liked to have batted first. That's the way they like to play. MCC are known all around the world for batting first on tour. Oh dear, down the leg side. Good stop though from McCann. Does well to take some of the sting out of this. Could have run all the way to the rope. Lofted up over the top. There's a fielder out there, catching chance. Oh, and taken. Wonderful catch indeed as Barnett. That's going to be a frustrating way to go. Holds out to one of 2 fielders out in the deep, and they read her like a book pretty early on, to be fair. They knew she likes to go over the top on the onside, and it's exactly what she tried to do. Just the bottom hand coming into it a little bit. Just didn't get the power, got the elevation, but almost too much in fairness. It's a great catch out in the deep, but that'll be the end of Lucy Barnett, who will, disappointingly, will go for 10, as it'll be 20 for 1 for the Isle of Man. A very good catch indeed, though, out in the deep. It was a tricky one. Didn't really have to move, but yeah, frustrating way to go for Barnett. You can tell just by the way, the reaction that she gets as she walks off, that it is a frustrating one. Great catch by Routledge, though, out in the deep. Watched it all the way, so thank you very much. Simple catch and a wicket for Kite at that as well, and handshakes and high fives all round. Rightfully so, and it is going to be Henry who comes out then at number 3, left-handed batter. Of course, right hand, left hand combination now is something that has to be dealt with. Yeah, of course, Henry did play well yesterday. Picked up wickets and also picked up some runs as well. 17 not out yesterday in that fixture. 4 for 6 as well, which was pretty impressive as well. Oh, takes it on and takes it on wonderfully. That's going to be a couple of bounces, 4 to start. What a glorious shot that is for Henry. Great way to start. It was too full and in the slot. And just helped it on its way. Dear Caitlin Henry. Nice shot to start, 4 runs. Nice way to start off, isn't it? Oh, and again, uppish. Looking to be aggressive here, which I like from Henry. Shows her intent early on. Straight to Routledge, though, at mid-off. I think, for me, it sort of stands out with something that Flintoff said once. He said as a batter, he'd always walk out and he'd love to hit a boundary with the first ball. Just sets his intent. He would never feel comfortable until he hit that first boundary away. And Henry, that would just do her nerves at wealth of good. It wasn't an edge or anything like that. It was a great shot. Oh, and again, this one, it just comes off the pad. They try and take a sneaky single. Direct hit could be close. Sneaky again from Little John. She's smiling about it. I think she knows that she's pushing her luck a little bit here, testing the patience of the cricketing gods. They're on her side at the moment. Well, testing the patience wasn't going to last that long, and a shot across the line is her downfall for Little Johns, and Kite picks up the second in the over, and it's both openers back in the shed, as it's a good little fight back after a few runs flowing. It's 2 wickets in the over. The second one is Little Johns, who plays across the line. Another one bites the dust. The Isle of Man, 25 for 2. Full and straight, simple game of cricket really. You miss, I hit, middle of off stump. And down the timbers fall. Good delivery from Kite. Little Johns, I think, just knew. Rush of blood, playing across the line. Should have just respected it. It was full and straight. So another one goes. And a bit of a team meeting as well, which is good. Of course, plenty of batting still to come, as that's the end of the third. It's 25 for 2. You can see there both openers back in the shed. Disappointing to see that they don't quite click. But this is what I was talking about. This is what I was calling for. I want to see what this middle order of the Isle of Man is made of. We didn't see much of it yesterday, so we very much could be getting a look at it already with 3 and 4 already in. Kim Carney is a batter who's come in next. I think they're going to continue here with Alice Fox. Rightfully so. Bowled well, number 5 off her first. So, interesting field this at the moment. They've just got the... I don't think they've got anyone back at the moment, which is very aggressive, and I like it. It's a 5-4 split. Uppish chance, maybe. No, he gets over the top. It's well struck from Henry. Chase on for the fielder. And again, very well done. But good hitting and good running. They take the very comfortable 2. Henry very much looking to be aggressive. Hello to Leon as well. Sure is here. He's here till Saturday, I believe, so he'll be here for today and tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow we will see the Isle of Man take on Serbia in the second game, which is the afternoon game. We've got a fixture at 11:15 local time, and then a second one at 2:45 in the afternoon. Oh, well bowled, angling in to the stumps and on the pads. It's a good delivery from Fox. She's asking the right questions. It's only a matter of time, you feel. And she picks up a wicket. Bowling in partnerships, though. That's the key. Kite's picked up wickets at one end. Now all about whether or not Fox could just keep quiet at the other. Lofted up over the top. Clears the front leg out of the way and hits it firmly. And this is going to be a boundary. That'll be 4 runs. Lovely shot from Henry. It's her second boundary. Glorious pickup. Anything full and in the slot she will take on. And takes on very nicely. Very wristy, but it works, doesn't it? You can see there, 1 bounce, 4, almost out of 6, not far away. Good pickup though, good shot. What's the response going to be from Fox? And again, this time too far on the leg side. Back-to-back boundaries as Henry is starting off on fire at the moment. As it's another boundary, 4 more, 4 más. This is a gloriously played shot. Bit of a sweep about it, really. Just too far down the leg side from Fox. Henry loves to get that front leg out of the way. Very much as Ishan Khan-esque, isn't he? Loves to get that front leg out of the way, doesn't he, when he bats? Similar sort of idea. Spain 41 for 1, by the way, off 2.5. Mohammed Islam's 20 off 8. Push. Good stop at cover, though. Shafat Ali Saeed has come in at 3, so a few changes there. No, Yasser Ali is in the side. No DDC yet. Probably let's come in at 4, then Hamza and Yasser, maybe. Maybe the other way around, in fact. Oh, and again, lofted and taken on. Oh, almost got a hand to it, but it just gets away from the field. It's going to be another boundary to finish the over. What an over it's been. Runs flowing in this 4th over. 14 come off it. And it all comes off, mostly all come off the bat of Caitlin Henry. End of the 4th over. Alaman with a bit of a fight back after losing the openers. The score is 39 for 2 after 4. You can see the scoring rate just below the 10s at the moment, but they're going well. It's just those wickets that are the slight concern. But yeah, well done to Chowdhury. Shubhranshu Chowdhury, that is, of Czech Republic, getting that wicket there. Altering Guernsey still yet to get a ball in, which is a bit unfortunate and a shame. Routledge is going to come on to bowl the 5th then here. Wide ball to start, though. Another one down the leg side. Routledge just can't find her line and length yet. Well, that's better. Carney will get off the mark. Pushes into the onside. Gets a single straight away. Change of angle now. Going to come round the wicket to the left-handed batter. Oh, and again, uppish. And it's going to be the end of Henry. A nice little cameo, but getting a start, but not kicking on. And it's kind of been the issue at the moment. As unfortunately this one was just a top edge, trying to go across the line. That's just her downfall. It's worked at times, but it also has led to a downfall at times as well. That'll be the end of a good little fight back and a cameo from Caitlin Henry after they really needed it after losing the 2 openers. It's going to be another wicket though. It's 3 down now. Good clap and applause for Henry as she walks off though, rightfully so. As you can see, plenty of fluids being taken on. It is very muggy and humid out here at the moment. The cloud is starting to move as the breeze is slowly picking up, but really not a lot to it, to be honest. Good catch by Sally Dixon though, in all fairness. This is Sam Hassel, who's in at 5. Comes to join Carney, so both these two pretty much fresh at the crease now. So Routledge after not really firing to start with a couple of wides. Surprises with the wide, with the straighter one maybe. Well timed, just driven square of the wicket. And again, well bowled, well angled in on the stumps, coming full and straight. Trying to play the old simple game of cricket. You miss, I hit. Spain motoring along, by the way, at the moment. 51 for 3, playing 53 for 1, sorry. Playing it like a T10, some would argue. That's a dot ball. Tyagi gone for 30 off of 2. Not ideal for his side. Still no movement Malta Guernsey. A slight appeal from Routledge. End of the over. It's a good one. Picking up a wicket, only going for the 3. And after 5, Isle of Man, 42 for 3. Coming up tomorrow, it's finals day, isn't it? It's going to be an exciting one. Good to see Rama Bangla Morning Sun, a side that, of course, picked up lots of fans last year. Gone well, haven't they? Finishing second. Of course, the eliminator in that one is, of course, going to be an interesting one. Still 3 sides with a chance going into that one. Won't be updated till a little bit later on. We'll let you know when we can. But, of course, Royal Roma waiting to see who wins that eliminator. And, of course, the all-important final. 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European time, 12:30 out in India. Certainly looking forward to that one. Cannot wait for it. It's going to be an exciting one. I hope you're all looking forward to it, because I certainly know I am. It's going to be a great day. I'll be keeping an eye on it whilst we're here, of course. I think we finish by the time that final starts, which is good. Goff is going to come on to take the 6th. Dragged from Carney. A bit early on it, just anticipating it slightly. Another wicket falls for Spain, by the way. Ali Saeed goes. Dylan staying with the catch. Be interesting to see who comes in next. I'd assume it could be anyone. It could be either way. Struck firmly. Fielder is out there. We'll get down because the long barrier does Gallagher very well. That's the basics right, and the rest will all follow. Goff bowled well against Malta. Ooh, Hassel yet to get off the mark. 5th delivery now. Oh, and again. Oh, was it a drop? Might have been. There was shouts of catch it and a sigh and a smile. I think it might have just been a little outside tickle. It goes down. Certainly by reactions you'd say there was. Oh, and again another outside edge. I think this is just the issue now is, are we going to see a similar sort of thing that we see from Malta here for Isle of Man? The openers just going okay and then start to struggle when you get to the middle order. We'll see though. We will see. Up in the air. Chance to Gallagher but doesn't quite carry. But again, Hassel does get off the mark with that single. That'll be the end of the over and end of the power play. Bit of a level playing field, really. 1-1, you'd kind of say. 44 for 3. Maybe you'd say arguably the MCC slightly ahead, but of course got Alania Thorpe listed to come in next. Of course, would be the skipper. This is driven firmly straight to Gallagher at city cover though. And then maybe probably is going to be Perry at 7. This is where you start getting into the middle lower order. On the pads. Routledge just straying a little bit down the onside. Just needs to go full and straight here. Base of the stumps, it's where it's got to be. You've got to almost bank on the batters playing across the line. There it is, good delivery. And a really good bit of work. Quick hands by McCann. So quick, the replay almost doesn't pick him up. Very good indeed though. Watch this here, she just rises with the ball. Quick hands, good hand-eye coordination as well. Again, has played a good level of cricket, has McCann. Back at the bowler and gone. Low down in front of Routledge, but makes no mistake, and Hassel's little stay comes to an end. Tricky times for the Isle of Man. The middle order now having to fire, but an unfortunate dismissal for Hassels. He just plays it simply back to the bowler. 44 for 4 now. Yeah, Sarah McCann has played similar good cricket, played for Cheshire. Very good keeper. See here, good delivery from Routledge. But straight back at her, really, wasn't it? There you go. Doesn't get much better. That could work by our crew at Spring, of course, bringing you the wonderful action on the pitch here. Oh, there you go. There's the Greek squad. They arrived and they're keeping a keen eye and a close eye. Welcome to. I'm glad to see that they've all arrived safely. Of course, looking forward to seeing them in action tomorrow. They, of course, playing that first fixture, as I mentioned, up against Malta. So, probably be favourites going into that one, or Greece. Webster is in at 6. Rebecca Webster, that is. The keeper. Keeper batter. Can she get something going here? They desperately need it. Had a great start. Oh, wide ball. McCann just couldn't quite cut that one off. It's just struggling to get out of the over. It's been a good one again, a good little time to get going. Oh, swing across the line. A little bit one-dimensional from the Isle of Man middle order at the moment. That's just the issue. They're going to buy, though. That'll be the end of the 7th. 47, sorry, for 4. Little update on what's going on out there. 63 for 2, Spain now at the moment. Yasir Ali has come in at 4 to join Mohamed Hassan. So, at this point, you look at this and you can say that realistically Kite bowled well, didn't she? Goff, of course, bowled well for just her 2 off her first over. She's going to come back for a second. Fox, of course, didn't quite pick up the wickets, but bowled well and bowled in a really good opening partnership between herself and Kite at the top of the order. Bit of a conversation between these two. I think the Isle of Man batters here have just got to maybe get to 10 and then reevaluate, get to the halfway stage and then look at things and go from there. Don't want to get dug down, though. You don't want to see an influx of dot balls. That's the last thing you want. Firmly struck. That's 4. No one's getting there. That's going to be a boundary to start the over. Carney gets it away. Looking for carnage, maybe. They'll be hoping for it. That's a nice shot, though. A really nice pickup. Every batter we've seen has been very strong in that shorter length delivery across the line. It's actually very rare that you'll see someone struggle with that sort of area, but it made it look very, very easy of the likes from the MCC and the Isle of Man. Need a fight back, and that's what they're planning. Oh, swing and a miss. It was there to be hit. Goff just trying to test the waters, I think, with that one. And again, flat batted, and well, Carney sort of turned and went on impact, which is kind of fair enough because she middled it, but straight to the fielder. And again, thump down the ground, very wide, long on, is there to collect it. Afternoon to Shrug joins us in the chat again. Now then, can Webster get off the mark and get a bit of an oomph into this innings? Oh, uppish, away from the fielder. And I just think the MCC are aware that the Isle of Man have got a bit more hitting power than Malta, but I'd still like to see a few more catches in play. Just think they're just allowing them to get away with a couple of shots here. Swatted, no run there though. Good end to the over. Started with a boundary, just a single in there as well. 5 come off it, 8 down. The score, 52 for 4. So you can see going at 6.5, they're up at 9.75 at the end of the 3rd. So since then it's been very much a drag back from the MCC. You can see there picking up 2 wickets in the 3rd. That was kind of where the game started to change and come back into the favour of the MCC. You can see the clouds starting to peel away. Looks as if there's going to be a change of bowling from this close end. But Christina Goff will be happy. 2 overs, none for 7. It's a good effort. Once again, economical as ever. Juster is going to come on. Keely Juster, that is. Bit of spin. Oh, almost a wicket first up. Had Carney in all sorts of trouble. Keely from Middlesex. Oh, again, that's a glorious pickup over the top. That's 4. Don't mind that shot. It's there to be hit. It was in that sort of area to take on, and does very, very well. Does Carney almost goes onto her own stumps, but nevertheless, risk certainly worth the reward. 4 more. And Kitty Juster is in fact on the Middlesex Cricket Women's Wall of Fame. She's the 4th name on there. A career dating between 1992 and 2007. Oh, not far away, trying for it again, and Keely just a sigh and a huff and a puff. Just not full enough. That's the thing with this very bouncy wicket. You can see it is full. It just gets over the stump, but it's not far away at all. Carney looking a little bit one-dimensional. It's going to go again. Oh, not far away. Wide ball. Yeah, she was the former Middlesex women's captain, was Juster. Tries for it again, and it is a downfall. And it was just a simple matter of try and try again. And Juster does exactly that and picks up a wicket. It's the big one as well, as Carney got a few away, to be fair to her. But unfortunately just looking to go for one too many, and it was just full enough as it goes on to the stumps. And Carney is going to have to make the dreaded walk back. And things struggling for the Isle of Man. They're now 57 for 5. It's a long, long walk back at the moment. You can see there, very happy, and rightfully so. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. That was what was happening there. Good afternoon to Michael Beaumont. It's his first time commenting. Just got back from dropping Anna off at the airport, ready for a debut for Serbia. It's my very proud husband. Well, I love to hear that, Michael, and hope of course, they all travel safely. I know that, well, they'll be the last team to arrive to Malta. Greece are here, and of course, Malta already here, no surprise, and Isle of Man, of course, and MCC as well. But yeah, of course, love to hear that, and yeah, of course, looking forward to seeing them take on the Isle of Man tomorrow. Okay, new batter is Claire Crowe, who is making her first appearance in the Valletta Cup after not playing yesterday. Sun is out and it's got hot again, folks. Some things never change. Oh wow, 67 for 4. Now, ECN is gone. As he's been in the wickets. Chowdhury's taken 3 for DDC with Hamza Salim Dar at the moment. End of the over here though. 9 down, 57 for 5. Still got, of course, Alec Davison-Soler, who was able to really save Spain alongside DDC. And you've got Munoz Mills. No Charlie Ristovic in the lineup, so that takes a batter away for me. Speaking of batting here, no one really getting going. Henry 18 off 10. 11 off of 13 for Kim Carney, but Barnett at the top 10 off 9. But apart from that, it's been very, very tricky. Guff is going to continue here at the moment. Uppish chance, maybe. Carries, but doesn't get there. Just gets away from the fielder, Webster. Very, very close call. It was just sort of dangling in the air. It was nowhere near the middle. Does it carry? Oh, arguably. It's a tough one. Carved away, finds the gap. Run is on for the fielder. They should turn and think of 2. Oh, they won't. They'll just get 1. Claire not too keen on turning and going, neither was Webster, has to be said. No Mohammed Atif in there, or Atif Mohammed even, sorry, in that squad as well. And into the onside. That'll be runs for Crow. Just be a 1. Well played though, bit short from Christina at the moment. Needs to get a little bit fuller. It is fuller, and it's a good delivery, good comeback. And again, onside pull, bit of work to do for the fielder out in the deep. Sort of 3/4 really. Good arm though. Good way to end the over. And at the halfway stage, still very much the MCC who are ahead, but crawling back and trying to the Isle of Man. As at after 10 at the halfway stage, drinks will come on. The score 59 for 5. Tomorrow though, of course, it is the beginning of the T20I Tri-Series between Netherlands, Canada and the US of A. Of course, Netherlands taking 4 from 4 in the 50 over Tri-Series between those two. US taking 2 from 4. Canada not picking up a win, which will be disappointing for them, but I know that it's going to be a very, very exciting couple of days. And I think, in fact, 5 days of cricket, of course. 5 matches across the 5 days from out in the Netherlands. So very much looking forward to that. Some big names and some debutants in there. Some returning names for the Netherlands in their side as well. Of course, look out for the likes of Scott Edwards, Max O'Dowd. Of course, Levitt and Singh as well in the top order. Very, very useful. Arian Dutt with the ball will be handy as well. Yeah, of course, Jones, though, for America. We'll be looking forward to seeing him on the network, of course. And, yeah, good luck to everyone, all the crew and everyone in between out there in the Netherlands. I'm sure they'll get some great cricket and some good action for us out there. It's been great to see some very high-level T20s out there at the moment. Yeah, taking place in Kampong, in Utrecht, and then the last game will be the VOC, where US will take on the Netherlands in that one. So very much an exciting time on the network. Plenty of cricket to come. Of course, hopefully you'll stick around and join us. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, do subscribe. Like the broadcast. Let us know that you're enjoying what you're seeing. We'll, of course, try our very best to provide the best sort of experience for all of our viewers. Good news is that Malta are out there in the middle in Guernsey. And they're going well. 21 without loss off their 3 overs. Rocky Danish opening the batting with Zishan Khan. Basil came down at 4 or 5 yesterday, and that was a question for me. I wasn't too sure as to why. Of course, got Darshit Patanka behind the stumps for Malta. Guernsey, though, bowling well. Juster will continue after a good first over then. We'll continue into the 11th. Oh, ball's gone walkabouts. Can the Isle of Man get themselves out of their rut, get up to the hundreds? They're 60 at the halfway stage. Too short, but upish. Nobody there, though. Get a single. And again, given some air. Well watched, though, by Webster. Just swats this onto the leg side. Oh, and again, mixing up the line of length. Mostly the length. Here's Juster. Again, just playing all around it. It's almost too much time. It's a wide ball down the leg side, but almost too much time to think about it. As Webster doesn't catch anything on the way through. Good call. Swept firmly, and this is going to take some stopping. Oh, almost. Dixon almost pulled off the unimaginable out there. Was not far away at all, but just the backspin on the ball was just too much to keep it on the right side of the line. It was a great effort from Dixon to get the hand to it, but just couldn't stop it from going over. Great effort though, but 4 more. Leaves it, and it's not a wide. Good call. Oh, and again firmly hit, but nobody really there. It just stops, just dies, digs into the ground. And again, another good over though. Just a few runs coming off it. 7s won't hurt the MCC. End of the 11th over. It's 68 for 5. Of course, bit of an interesting moment here now for the MCC. You know, do they go to bowlers that were used in the last one, for example? Could change it up maybe. Kitzinger could maybe give you an option. Gallagher, of course, bowled well as well. Litt bowled well. I think Litt, in fact, I think Litt's actually going to come on and bowl now, to be fair. There they are. The Greeks, they're watching, they're keeping an eye on things, and they'll be ready and raring to go. Of course, not the fault. Seen them a couple of times this year. Oh, this is uppish, but just gets away with it, does Webster. Got to keep the squeeze on here, MCC. They've got them in a bit of bother at the moment, the Isle of Man. In fact, this is Fox, I believe, who's bowling at the moment. Thought they might have changed it. It's Alice Fox, who's back. Opting to go with a bit of spin rather than pelting in. Still 30 degrees at the moment. Humidity is high. Too short again though. It's just easy pickings for the batters at the moment, just to nurdle. And well, that's Lydia Clements, who's on as 12th at the moment, the substitute fielder. Try and find out who she's on for. Carved away, bit of spin, takes it away from Juster. Again, just dealing in singles. Bit of a wayward throw from Routledge, but gets away with it. Wide ball, just struggling a little bit here. A few wides creeping in for the MCC. Oh dear, again, just a bit of a wayward shot from Crow. Bit fuller from, it is Lit. I thought I was right, it was Lit. That was correct. Said so in the first place. Nevertheless, good over though, just 4 coming off it thus far with the ball to go. Oh dear, again, just nurdled by Crow. Finishes the over with a single. And 12 overs gone, 73 for 5. So then, expected score now up at around 100. Is there a way for them to maybe get up to 110, 115? Maybe they need a big source of runs, wouldn't they? Of course, you can see their extras have crept in for the MCC, which hasn't been the greatest. 13 wides, which is a struggle. Of course, didn't see that really in the first game. course, the Isle of Man did give away 24 yesterday against Malta, so they are probably banking on getting a few back at some point. What was quite impressive, though, for the Isle of Man yesterday was their ability to get some lateral movement on the ball pretty early on. Emma Marsh is going to come on and take the next over. Wonder here if, with 8 overs to go, still got 5 wickets in hand. Maybe just bank on a tail ender coming in and maybe being able to hit a few. Here's Marsh. Slapped down the ground. Well fielded. Very well fielded indeed. Oh, bit of an outside edge this, I think, off the bat of Webster. See what gets given here. Yeah, it is outside edge. Certainly bat on it. Have a watch again. Back of a length delivery that just pops up. Yeah, genuine outside edge. Just gets taken out of the hands last minute from McCann behind the stumps. Another loopy delivery, but well played, well respected. And again, back of a length, but Crowe just struggling to get it away. 86 for Spain at the halfway stage. Out in Guernsey. DDC still there. Hamza also. Oh, leaves it, but it's fine. Oh. Don't know if we get a quick chance to sneak this in, but the back foot of Crowe was just lifting at the wrong time, though. He might have to keep going here. Well, she just goes wandering. It's arguably a missed chance. That'll be a wide down the leg side, but it just went... Sort of had a bit of a brain fart, really. Lucky it doesn't cost her anything. Malta 42 for 1 at the moment. I do know that there is a bit of weather out in Guernsey they've got to be careful with. Ooh. Sort of stuck in two minds there. Didn't know whether to come down or go back. Ended up going back. Probably not the worst decision. End of the over. 3 come off it. Good start for Marsh. 76 for 5 after 13. Basil George in at 3 for Malta in Guernsey, which is good to see. See there, another array of bowlers used, which has been good from the MCC. They don't mind sharing it about. They'll get overs from everyone in at some point. This is up and over the top of cover. That's a nice shot from Webster. It's not going to have the legs to go the whole distance, but they'll still get a couple. But again, good shot. As this is Lit who's returning. Of course, Webster 13 off 7 has batted well while she's been out there. Just does need to get a few more going. That's a nice shot. Straight again, well fielded though. Just struggling to get it away. Outfield isn't the quickest I've seen at the moment. It certainly is. Certainly is spongy, I think is the way to describe it. Up over the top on the onside, but again, fielder out there takes one on the noggin, I think. Yeah, so confirm it is Corey and Lenny will be taking you through the action tomorrow out in the Netherlands. Lenny, of course, has been there for the last couple of weeks for the 50 over stuff. Swatted. Oh, great stop at cover. Superb stop. The dive and roll. I think that's Keely Juster. He's done a great job at cover to stop that one. Might get another look at it here very quickly. Hit firmly off the bat. Does superbly well. Oh, that's going to be a wide ball, I'm afraid. Yeah, it'll be Corey and Lenny who'll be taking you through the action tomorrow. Of course, Vinny will be in Rome, I believe, for finals day and for the Meltal Shield. Shot, nicely played, but sub-fielder Clements is there. Just get one. This one does sneak in. Finishes the over, and it will go for just the 6. Islandman creeping up to that 100 at the moment. 82 for 5 with 6 overs to go. Of course, if you are tuning in for the first time, welcome to the European Cricket Network. Pleasure to have you with us. I know we'll definitely be getting a lot of new faces and new fans come in from across the pond over the next couple of days with Canada and the US of A taking part, of course. So certainly looking forward to seeing some new faces. And of course, they'll probably... Beauty of it is, I remember when we were in Netherlands at the start of the summer with Ireland and Scotland before the World Cup as well. You know, we had an influx of new viewers and new fans just sort of catching the eye and realising, okay, well, there's a little bit more here than just the T20s. Oh dear, down the leg side as this is Emma Marsh who returns. Better delivery, good comeback. But yeah, it'd be good to have Lenny back on, of course, after. Shot, really good shot. Straight to Guff, though. And look at that, just plug. Straight away. I don't know if we can get another look at that, but the ball just dies. Completely just stops. And just on this spongy outfield, I think. Look at this. Just in that, it's very, very much just completely dies. You'd be happy that if you're hitting a 9-9 into the green and it checks up nicely. Lofted. Oh, just over the fielder at mid-wicket. Again, just dealing with a single. Spain 99 for 5 now, as Hamza went for 12 or 16. It's been tricky for Spain. Their batting hasn't quite clicked. That's a wide. It's been very tricky, isn't it? Another failure for Yasin and for Yasir as well. Not the best at the moment. Bottom edge. Could be a chance at the non-strikers. Throws a bit wayward. Getting near the 90s, of course. Would love to get to 100 plus here. They probably should do. Just 13 needed to get there. Oh, well weighted from Crow. Had to really just hold back on that one. End of a ball to go, sorry, in the over. Afternoon, everybody, of course. Whether you're tuning in for the first time, do subscribe. Let us know if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Uppish, and could be a chance. No, it's going to fall safe. Just evades the fielder. Coming around from mid-off. End of the over, it is 89 for 5. You can see there what's happened thus far in this one. Has just been a pretty pretty tricky time for the Isle of Man, but they're getting up to around about that 100, which is where they need to be. Give yourself something to bowl at. We know that, of course, they probably would have gone on to have made a similar score as to what MCC did against Malta if they batted first, the Isle of Man, but in yesterday's game, that is. But whether or not, you know, it just depends, really. Looks as if, you know, they've got 5 overs now, 5 wickets in hand. Gallagher is going to come on and going to bowl, the skipper. Oh, that's a wicket. That is a wicket and gone as Webster just gets caught in 2 minds. It was the moon ball that, well, it absolutely took off after pitching on the wicket. And there's a few giggles all round, and you can understand as to why. But it went very high in the sky from Gallagher. And Webster just got caught in 2 sort of minds, just gloves it. And Crow has a bit of a, I think Crow might giggle at that one a little bit as well. But Webster will be frustrated. A good little innings from her as it's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 89 for 6. Just see here, just cuts in on her. Just comes almost off the shoulder of the bat near the glove. That's such a horrible way to go. It's just that slow. It's a very simple catch for McCann, but makes no mistake. Looks as if that's the skipper, I think, who's come out. No, it's not. It's Daniel Murphy. Danielle Murphy who's come out then. Comes out at number 8 here. Going to be a lot of work to do for the bowlers of the Isle of Man, you feel. They're going to have to keep, the one thing they're going to have to do is they have to keep their extras down. That was their issue yesterday. Oh, could be a stumping, given, gone. And Danielle Murphy goes for a golden quacker, tries to come down to Gallagher. Oh, not really too sure how to play the delivery from Gallagher. It's that high in the sky that no one really knows what to do. Comes down and it's so loopy. Probably doesn't get the bat down. It's probably a good call on field. But it's 2 in 2 for Gallagher. The skipper comes on. 2 balls, 2 wickets. And it's going to be the end of the likes of Murphy, who goes for a golden derrick. It's not a pretty sight. I wonder if we'll get it. There he is. There's Derek, just to give you your marching orders. Hat-trick ball then. Hat-trick ball to come, and they have got the old, they're all in now. I like it. Oh dear, well it's Catherine Perry who comes out at number 9, and her opposing skipper in Gallagher on a hat-trick. Perry in at 9. Oh, well, this is the best way to take on a hat-trick ball when you've got fielders in your eye lines to left, right and centre. Just take it on, rightfully so. And Perry gets off the mark, will get a single. So then, 2 wickets fall in quick succession. Back-to-back deliveries, not fun. Isle of Man now 7 down, 90 up. Can they get to 100, creep over that 100 line maybe? Crow's been there for a while, going at 50. This is hit nicely. Oh dear. Well, Perry with the assist onto the non-striker stumps. Watch this again. In some weird way, you kind of feel a bit bad. You feel very bad for Crow. It should have been a single, but Perry just couldn't get the ball away. Just couldn't get the bat out of the line. That's too wide. Rightfully so is given. Gallagher ruins what would have been an almost perfect over. Put it away, but straight to the field. comes down and swats away. Good shot, well played. We'll just get one though, and that'll be the end of... Oh dear, I was going to say, but if they're watching, which they are, they'll come back and they'll... Perry quick between the wickets. No worries or issues for her. That does very well. They get back for the second, so that will be 93 for 7 at the end of the 16th over. Fair to say that the sun's certainly out and about now. That's kind of it for the shade. It's gone. It's muggy. It's sticky. Can't really escape it. The humidity. Perry then will be facing. So then, driven nicely by Perry, but straight to the fielder at cover. Starts the over off with a dot. This is Kite returning. Well played, little sneaky inside edge, will run away. I've got a lot of work to do, a lot of ground to cover. Perry will happily come back for the second. Perry will of course be hoping to continue after some very, very good spells of bowling yesterday. In her, what was it, 3.5, she didn't quite finish it just due to a bit of heat stroke. Gone, and it's full and straight from Kite, and that's her third. Perry will go for 3, trying to just swing and just get anything away, which you can't really have a go against because, in all honesty, that's been what's been required, especially coming down to the latter stages, but just plays across the wrong line, not the right shot. But unfortunately, Perry will go. Perry knows, though, her job's with the ball, but she gives it a good effort with the bat. The end of her innings, it's 95 for 8. This is probably the skipper in Ananya Thorpe who come out at 10. Shrug, it's an interesting part. I was going to type, but I'll talk about it. Shrug just getting that way in some places, but short-term success for long-term loss. It's a tricky one because short-term success, yes, but I also think I understand. I completely get your point on in terms of local players in that respect, but I think at the same token, it's not, because for the long-term success of an associate nation, got to get the budget. Of course, everyone knows that the ICC, the budget all feeds through to different parts, and the higher ranked you are, the more budget you get from the ICC. It's as simple as that. So if you have to look sort of afar for some players that have connections through to a country that will bring you success, that then brings you more funding. That means you can go to more schools. As this is Thorpe, who comes in at 10, starts with a dot. I just think it's not going against what you're saying, so I can completely get your point, but I think there's probably a little bit more to it than as simple as that. I think federations will look at it in different ways. That's why some are more successful than others in different, on the playing field, whereas as a business and financially, some are more, will do better than others. So it's a tricky situation. It's a tricky one to sort of talk about. Well driven, well respected from Thorpe. Another dot. Good bowling this from Kite. I do think that it's frustrating for a country when funds get taken away from local leagues and gets pumped into the national team. That's frustrating, but I think there's still certainly scope and reasoning for it, which I kind of agree with. Gone, got it. As Thorpe plays across the line, it's another one for Kite. She finishes with her 4th, and it's 9 down now for the Isle of Man. Can they just creep across the line to get over to that 100 mark? It looks like they're going to struggle to do so. Thorpe, the skipper, comes out and just couldn't quite get going. Tried to get some score on the board, but just quite couldn't. And that's going to be the end of the skipper. whose short stay at the crease comes to an end at the end of the over as well. 9 down, 95 on the board for the Isle of Man. It's going to be tricky for them. Of course, they know they're going to have to bowl out of their skin to restrict the MCC side here. It's not going to be easy whatsoever. But they've got to keep their extras down. That's going to be key for them. As Hicks comes out at number 11, joins Crow. This is, of course, what's coming up at the end of the year. This is, of course, the Challenger and Premier Divisions for the ECCW. Of course, we will see Spain, the Czech Republic, Jersey, Germany, Austria in that Challenger Division. Premier Division, no surprise, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, and Italy, the 5th team in that one. So, going to be exciting. I think it really is. Of course, the 2nd edition ever of the ECCW, so very much looking forward to it. And I might even try and get over there myself. Hit into the onside. We'll get Hicks on strike. Very well fielded. Out in the deep. 100 is where they've got to get to. Can Hicks get one last throw of the dice here? Up against the skipper in Charlotte Gallagher. Of course, it was the Isle of Man who did elect to bat first. Swing and a miss from Hicks. Can't get it away. Bowled away yesterday, though, did Joe. None for 4 off her 4 overs. Was very frustrated not to pick up a wicket, but bowled and fielded excellently, to be fair to her. Leaves that one, and rightfully so. No need to worry about that one. Tries to take it on, but no degree of success. Another one that's just goes away. Comes down the track. Misses out on it, but also just not quite enough oomph on the ball for McCann to be able to get something on it. Has to come forward and does end up slightly encroaching, but I don't think umpire's going to be too keen on that one. Edge, doesn't quite carry. But again, good areas this from Gallagher. Come on, and she's bowled very well. Steps across and almost comes off the batter and onto the stumps. It's a bit of a giggle between Gallagher and Hicks, I think. It's a good over. Just the couple coming off it. And at the end of the 18th, the score, 97 for 9. So then, 1 over to go. Looks as if Kite will get that 4th and final over. So she has got a chance here to pick up a fifer. As Amelia Kite. Yeah, but again, Shrug, just with that point, like I just think it's, if he brings in and can, win your games, which helps with your ranking, start the last over into the onside, we'll get a single. If he can, get you up a couple of ranking points, and it's the difference of a good couple of £1,000 or euros or whatever, then it just, it becomes, for the long term. I'm talking long term. That means you can get more, more kit. More teachers, more coaches in to go to different schools. There's so many different ways of looking at it, Shrug. I don't think it's. When is it ever as simple as black and white? To be honest. Oh, not far away. Believe that's Sally Dixon in mid wicket. Not far away at all, but gets a single. 99 now on the board. 1 away. single means Hicks gets off the mark as well. Oh, full toss, not the best of deliveries. 100 up then for the Isle of Man. So they do get there, which is a positive. It's a sticky one now, folks, I have to say. It's just non-stop. Oh dear, down the leg side, and McCann just starting to struggle a little bit and picking these up a little bit earlier. Just does well. Just bit of a quiet last over this, dealing in singles and extras. Another full toss. Kite just completely lost her length here. It's frustrating. She's probably really wanting that 5-foot. Again, of course, 103 now. It's respectable. It really is. It's less than a run a ball, which I think is probably not going to be enough. I think it's going to be about 20 runs short, maybe, for me. But nevertheless, seen crazy things happen. Depends how they bowl. Into the onside, straight to the fielder. By square leg, still got, of course, over and a bit to go though. 103. Oh dear, more extras. This is going to be tough chase for the fielder. Again, doesn't quite have the legs. It's outfield very, very long, but got her, and there you go. There's the 5-foot. And Kite picks up that all-important 5th wicket. And it will be a 5-wicket haul for Amelia Kite. It was full and it was straight. And it was just a matter of time as Crow was looking to be the aggressor. But with an over still left, they don't bat out their 20 to the Isle of Man. Full and straight, middle and off. Thank you very much. And credit to Amelia Kite. Finishes with great figures of 5 for 29 off of her 4 overs. And it will be the Isle of Man who are all out for 105 off of their 19 overs. They don't bat out the 20, but credit to the MCC, they stuck at it. We know they're a good side. We know that they've got a lot of talent in their lineup, and they'll be happy with their efforts. Only half the job done though. They've got to get some runs on the board early. Have a look at the highlights then of this first innings, of course, and yeah, you can see that Barnett started really well at the top, but went for one too many. And it was picked out, a lovely catch in the deep by Routledge, and that was when the wicket started to tumble. Fair to say that Kate Henry came out and played a blinder of a little innings, has to be said. Really nice shots to all parts of the ground, got off with a 4. And again, the issue for the Isle of Man is just the batting is a little bit one-dimensional. And it just meant that they were struggling. That was a nice shot though for 4, of course, and yeah, this one was a really nice shot over the top of the fielder. Got a hand to it, but just couldn't stop it from going over. But then, of course, it was a top edge that just didn't quite get the distance. And it was a simple catch for Sally Dixon. And the Routledge took a very, very simple caught and bowl, pretty much placed back to her on a plate. And it was very, very easy pickings for the bowler to pick up her wicket. Nice couple of shots, though, in fairness. Listen, they got it to 100 for a reason. It was a nice little spell for Kim Carney as well, who came out. She loved hitting towards the vacant fine leg area, and it was frustrating at times for the likes of, of course, Keely Justup. She eventually got her wicket that she was looking for, trying to play it too many times, and it did mean That it, of course, would be. That was almost perfect from Dixon, just had backspin on it. Then a little glove through off Gallagher, and then Gallagher had 2 in 2, as that was Danielle Murphy who went for 1 too many. Fell back into the crease, and she didn't get back. And then, of course, Kite came up to finish off the innings, and Perry looks okay, but just played another rash shot that wasn't quite there. Well, the skipper came and gone, and unfortunately there wasn't much of a fight back in the end, as that was it. That was the last. That was the end of the skipper. But then the very last wicket was Crowe, who held a bat for a fair amount of time and got them through to the latter stages of the innings. But it will be 105 all out off of 19 overs for this Isle of Man side. Means the MCC looking to go top of the table, of course, and well, they are there now, but looking to solidify their spot. Have a look at the scorecards then. Webster and Henry top scorers, but top scorers in fact extras, 25 for the MCC. Quite what many were expecting from them. Of course, Barnett looked okay, but got one early. And of course, Rebecca Webster went 18 off 25. 18 off 10 for Henry, probably the best for me. As for the bowlers, Gallagher bowled well, 2 for the skipper. Kite though, 5 for, incredible, and quite a 4 out of 5 of them bowled. The other one was Barnett, caught out in the deep. So credit to Amelia Kite, 5 for her. Congratulations. We'll be back very, very soon though, as we'll see whether or not the Isle of Man can defend what is a very, very tricky target to defend. 106 is the target. We'll be back soon. You're watching the Valletta Cup 2024 with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to the wonderful Master Sports Complex here in a hot, scorching Malta. It is warm and it is hot, it is muggy, but the play continues. I have to say that currently 3 minutes to 6. It is a warm evening here in Malta on the beautiful island, of course, located in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. It's a pleasure to have your company with us. Big innings, this one. The target of 106 sets by the Isle of Man. It's not going to be easy whatsoever. Not going to be easy at all. You do feel that there is scope for early wickets. Take some big wickets in that as well. Could be an interesting chase, this, of course. But very much looking forward to this one. Pleasure to have your company with us. We're almost ready to get things underway. Of course, on the back of a interesting few overs in that back end of the innings. Wickets tumbling. But of course, got to remember, Amelia Kite taking that 5-wicket haul was pretty impressive. Let's get things underway then. Good start. This is Barnett opening the bowling, opening the batting as well. She's a young star for the Isle of Man. And she'll be disappointed with the way she got out, so she'll be hoping that she can look to try and pick up some wickets here. Keep them quiet. Bit of off spin. And again, carving up the opener. This is Emma Marsh, who's opening alongside Jennifer Kitzinger, the non-strikers. Yeah, a superb bit of bowling from Amelia Kite. This one just put away into the offside. First runs on the board. Good work from Perry. She's very much a Duracell bunny for the Isle of Man. Good start though, good areas for Barnett. And again, carving it away. Getting a line, I guess early on, looking just to respect the ball, but it's there to be hit. It has to be said, it's not as if it's going to be simple sailing. You feel that there are going to be tricky deliveries to face and tricky times for the MCC. This is well played though into the offside. The thing that I think the MCC have, which is a big one for in this time around, is that experience that they're in the ranks. Of course, they've got some former Test players, some international cricketers in there, so there are big sort of differences in experience, I think, and that's kind of what could be enough to get them over the line here. Away, gone, straight to the fielder. And it's a very excellent catch, and you can't keep her out of the game. It's Catherine Perry yet again, as it's whipped away, and unfortunately whipped away straight to the fielder. Shorter, wider delivery, offers a bit of room, but straight to backward point, and Perry makes no mistake. Can't keep her out of the game, I'm telling you. And it's the first wicket down. MCC 2 for 1 at the end of the first over. What a great start for the Isle of Man. Disappointing way to go for Emma Marsh. But certainly here, well, no one probably had that in the script at the moment. Well, credit to Spain, they get up to 179. Yet again, Daniel Dorcaye proving to be very crucial. 72 off 41, which is very mightily impressive. Christian Munoz getting a first bowler, which is not on the cards. Lorne Burns batting as low down as 9, which is pretty incredible. And there's also a lot of players not playing, of course, in that side. So 179. Malta, on the other hand, 108 for 5, struggling runs-wise in terms of their strike rate. Zishan Khan finishing with 41 off 30. Stump, though, which would be disappointing. Well, new batter is Charlotte Gallagher, who goes out there. But Kitzinger will be on strike as Catherine Perry, off the back of taking an excellent catch, is going to come into the attack. It's a wide ball to start. Not quite as much lateral movement as she got yesterday. Talk about her spell. It was a great spell that was just tarnished by an annoying end for her. She just had to come off due to heat stroke. But she's smiling. She's happy. Rightfully so as well. Great catch. The skipper will be happy with her efforts. Just seems to... She enjoys her cricket, and I think, you know, that's half the game, really. Off the pad. Down the leg side. Bit of a chase for Barnett. Good work, though. Very good work. Standards very much being set early on here from this Isle of Man side. MCC, though, this is the thing. They've got lots of batting to come, haven't they? You know, you've still got, you know, international century maker yet to come at Christina Goff, and Nikki Litt, of course, got a half century. Routledge did as well. So plenty of batting. Good areas. Respected by Charlotte Gallagher. First look with the bat for her. Yeah, of course, the last game going on at the moment between Bologna and Kent Lanka Napoli. Bologna 179 for 5 off their 10. Pretty remarkable. Pushed away, single. No, dot ball. There's Crow. Yeah, and Kent Lanka Napoli got off to a rocketing start. 29 off the first over. A wicket to fall, though, in the start of the second as Sananayake went for 17. A few extras in there, though, has to be. Just down the leg side, just struggles a little bit at times with that issue. Oh, asking the question. Not really too much involved. Let's have a look. Just swinging, isn't it? Always going down. Good over, though, and good areas from Perry thus far. Can't sit still for long. It is sweltering out here. Good to see you, Chris. Pleasure to have you with us. Up in the air, nobody there. Just turn around the corner. Gallagher will get off the mark with a single. Oh, and again uppish, but no one at square leg. So they'll again nurdle a single. Kitzinger gets her second run. That'll be the end of the over, but a very good first over for Perry. Just goes for the 4. End of the over. We can have a look as the score here, of course, is 7 for 1. You can see there at the bottom of your screens the 15th 5-wicket haul on the European Cricket Network this year. It does go to Amelia Kite, and in fact, I do think that's the first. It is the first. The first bit of a first women's fifer on the network. So there you go this year. Congratulations, Amelia Kite, first one. Very, very good indeed. Of course, started all the way back with Sahel Ahmed back in match 4. And we've had a fair few since. Update look at the very quick look at the standings. Of course, had to prioritise the look there. But we know that the MCC are top after this morning. Barnett to continue. Oh, and yes, a bit of a yes-no push about this one from Kitzinger. Yeah, a bit different to yesterday. There was a slight breeze, but there's nothing at the moment. Absolutely nada. Oh, again, just going back to a ball that I think very, very well could be looking... Oh, no. Oh, sloppy. Should be a run. Yeah, there will be. That's sloppy fielding. I think that was Perry. Well, 0 to 0. Perry just hangs her head and just sort of a bit of an oh no moment. Shouldn't be too detrimental. We haven't really got the ability to be messing around with sort of cheap singles and cheap runs here and there. I have to say, I'm not going to keep harping on about it, but I do feel like this might be some of the worst humidity I've been in. Good to have you here, though, Chris. Hope you're well. Pleasure to have your company. Oh, good delivery. Spinning into Gallagher. Not much you could do about that one. Thing is, with this extra bounce, you can almost afford, if it's not full on your toes, you can almost afford to, in reality, go backward and across. You know it's going up and over, unless it is fuller. That you can't, but plays across the line, sweeping. Given not out. Full and straight, might have just been spinning away and down away across the leg side. Probably the right call. Not really too much we could say about it from that angle. Yeah, of course, Peacock Friday as well tomorrow. Finals day out in Rome. I'll be donning my Peacock shirt. Into the onside. Get a single, probably going to be given as a run, leg by. Leg by, there you go, see? Thank you, umpire. Now, I had a great little afternoon yesterday after the cricket. We finished up here. It was very weird. Only been at work for a couple of hours. It was very strange. But no, we got back to the hotel and quick change around. Went to Stone Beach. If you Google it on the internet, give it a search. Stunning little, okay, Stone Beach, Rocky Beach, obviously. It was stunning. It was great. I don't think I've swum in sort of a pretty location. That is going to be 4. Nice shot around the corner from Kitzinger. It's away from the chasing Kim Carney, and that will be the end of that one. And it's a little bit frustrating for Barnett as she's changed her angle here, gone round the wicket. But not able to quite chase that off. It is the end of the over, though. 13 for 1 after 3. And had a great, went for a nice little dip in the sea, in the Mediterranean Sea. It was like in between, I can't remember, I'm going to have to look it up. Give me a second. It was in between the Manuel Island and Valletta. So right in between there in that little space. It was lovely. Myself, Manav and Sully went. Had a great time. Turn into the onside. A lot of work to do for the fielder out in the deep. Don't think she's going to cut this off. Back-to-back boundaries. And it's, again, Gallagher who turns this around the onside. That's just where we've seen lots of runs float. We saw it earlier. We saw it now. Chrissy, not long home from work. Did you take golf club? No, I didn't. I didn't bring my golf clubs over. I thought it'd be a bit cheeky, to be honest. I also don't know how much it is for a round. I also don't know when I would have been able to fit it in, but I haven't been able to. I played enough in my sort of very quick week off. Another one down the leg side. These extras starting to creep in and become frustrating now for the Isle of Man. Yeah, I played. How many times did I play? So I went back for about 10 days, I think it was. I think I played 6 times, 5 times. Handicap's coming down, though. It's coming down, though. Down to 11. It was at 14, I think, when I started the summer, so it's getting there. Back of the length. That's the better delivery, better area. Perry, that's where she found success yesterday. But no, that was kind of what we got up to yesterday. And then on National Burger Day, the day before, I got a burger. I did get burger yesterday. It was very nice. It was just a small little smash burger with a few chips, nice and easy. Had a Caesar salad the day before, so it was warranted. Now, of course, it is the last innings of the day, so if you're new on the network, get involved in the chat. Let us know where you're watching. Do a little lurker call out, something we haven't done in a while. If you're watching, I'd love to know where you're watching and tuning in from. You'll have to let me know. Funnily enough, I'm watching from Malta. That's where I'm watching from. Perry, can she find a breakthrough? Good delivery, but just the difference where Malta yesterday would have been playing across the line. These two just happy to nurdle it away. The fielding has been a little bit subpar, been a bit off and on. Throws being a bit wayward. But yeah, no, had a great time last night. Very refreshing. Got some nice cool photos as well. I might put them up on the Instagram at some point. Probably should do. I love Malta though. The architecture is just stunning. It really is. We're very lucky to stay where we are. Oh, might be inside edge onto pad. No excessive peeling. That's a bit different to maybe what you might be used to on the network. Good to see that Perry has made a recovery after yesterday. Of course, I think everyone was a little bit worried the way she went off, but bowling well, but well respected. Good cricket. Full and straight, and met with a straight bat. End of the 4th, the score for the MCC 20-1. Of course, just need to go at under 6 at the moment. 55 euros. Oh, is that how much it is? Oh, well, there you go. How'd you know that? You Google it, fair enough. But yeah, I wasn't able to go on for 9. 55 for 9 holes. Is that without a buggy as well? Because I'm not walking in 30-degree heat you can jog on. Absolutely not. Yeah, if you were here with us a little bit earlier, the drone shots were from St Thomas Bay, Sandy Beach. Was told that that was a beach to actually go and visit. Might have to look back and see if it's worth looking at. But the good thing is about where we went yesterday was that it's literally a 5-minute walk from, you sort of walk across the bridge onto the island. It's in the middle of the bay, and you just walk around to the other side of the island, and it's literally maybe a 10-minute walk, and that's it. And you jump in. It's lovely. It's very refreshing, actually. It's quite fun as this is up through covers, gloriously played from Kitzinger. That's 4. That's your shot of the day there. That's perfect. Doesn't get much better than that. Barnett just a little bit too wide. Kitzinger is allowed to throw the bat at this one. And gloriously played. 4 more. 75 for 18. But again, without a buggy, they'll probably charge 30 euros for a buggy, I bet. I'm definitely not walking in this heat. It's too much. I don't walk at home. It's too much. Walk in the winter. But it is too warm. Oh, doesn't sneak it in. Should I ask you full-time with ECN now? Kind of, as full-time as you can get. I'm not Vinny Rico style. I'm not not going from A to B to C to D. But it's been pretty much 2 on, 2 off for the last couple of months now, which has been great. Haven't quite worked it out as to how many weeks of the last sort of from, I think I finished 1st of May, started working June, I think it was. So, no, that's a lie. I started earlier than that because I did Estonia in May. I can't remember, but yeah, no, it's loving it. It's great. Got a good few gigs lined up over the next few months as well. Carved away. Gets through the field, but there is support out there, so it won't be too bad. 18 for the buggy, but you can only use it if you're doing 18 holes. Right, so basically that's going to set me back, what's that? That's going to set me back 93, plus my rental for clubs. How much is that going to be, Chris? Come on, work it out for me. That's probably going to be about 30, 40 euros. Upwards of 120 without, I haven't got gloves, got no balls, got no tees, got to buy those. That's another 20 euros, if not more. Oh, gets the foot out, does Perry. It's very, it all adds up very quickly. Golf's a very expensive game to get into, it has to be said. I've got a mate who's, if you want easy go electric golf buggy hire, that's 45. 45! Oh my God. Nope, not happening. Actually, I'll tell you when though I will think about it. I'll have to think about it in October. Because of course we will be back in Malta during that time. We'll be back in after the ECC. End of the over, 27 for 1 after 5. Speaking of which, there we go. It's not quite up there, but just after the ECC, we will be back in Malta, of course, for an ECS, and we'll be here for at least, I think, 4 weeks, I think it might be. But yeah, certainly looking forward to it. It's going to be great, and I will, of course, get 2 days off in that stint. So I might just have to do it. It might be glorious times to play. Pre-booked to ensure I've 18. No. See, I reckon the best thing for me to do would be to work out a way that I can get whoever's on the crew with me at the time, find someone else who'd like to play, and we'll split the cost for a buggy. Then it's only 20 euros a piece. It's easy. I might have to think about that. I really might have to think about that. But you have to let me know if they can do rentals, because I ain't got anything. And if they can do rental clubs. Here's not a bad start. This is Henry. I might have to think about that. I really will. That would be good fun. That would be a good laugh. I think just come down and watch the cricket. It'd be great. I wouldn't go on commentary. I'm not getting paid. Just pushed that by Gallagher. Of course, they're at the rate, but they'd like to get a few away. Yeah, Any more questions, let me know. Sure, I know I haven't really spoken to you properly for a long time, so you'll have to let me know. Chris, the same as you. Tailor-made perfect. 35 euros for 18 holes. Amazing. Absolutely, I'm all over that. I'll be there. Wide delivery, though, from Henry. Took a 4 for yesterday, bowled very well. Oh, that's a full toss, though. There's a fielder out there. Has to deal with the sun. Does very, very well. Does Little John's out there. TaylorMade Sim Stealth of 50. No, I don't need those. It's fine. I actually played one of my best rounds of golf. I can't remember what I shot, but it was something like... And this was when I hadn't been playing consistently. Before the last few months where I've been playing quite regularly and quite well. Last year, February, I went to South Africa for a family wedding. This is carved away. Barnett does well. Cuts round. Good fielding. Very good cricket. All round there. Carved away and got away to Cape Town. Played a beautiful place with some very, very old rental clubs that were, let's just say, not the right shaft. They were very, very flexible, very whippy. I shot something like 9 over, which was one of my best scores. Got her! Gone! And that is going to be the end as the skipper chops on, plays across the line. It was all about whether or not the patience would keep on going, but unfortunately just the dots starting to build for the skipper and plays across the line. Bit of a rush of blood. It was well outside the off stump. It's a little bit unlucky, really. Drags onto the leg stump, but a wicket for Henry, another one for her in the tournament as Gallagher will go. The score for the MCC, 30 for 2. I will have a little butchers, Chris. Thank you very, very much. Surely they do a discount for celebrities. Well, maybe, depending on who's... I don't know who's on commentary for me with that. I actually don't know. But the thing is, I can't take someone else. It would be quite funny because then what we'd have to do... Oh, I've got it now. What we then have to do is we then have to get whoever's on production to fly the drone out whilst I'm playing golf and try and find me and put that live on air. That would be quite funny. See? Methods to my madness. There really is. Spring, they'll do anything. They can do anything. Afternoon to Henry, by the way. Good to see you, Henry. Hope you're well. From Estonia, of course. Plays for the Hippos. Hey, Henry, you'll be happy about this morning's result. The first ever international victory for Estonia against Finland. And, of course, you'll be happy for your fellow Hippo in Stefan Gooch with a half-century, score in the 70s and a 3-for. Speaking of which, I haven't looked at the Spain score in a while. Have a look, shall we? New batter. Juster. Starts with a dot. Good over. Just the 2 or the 3 coming off. It's in a wicket. And at the end of the 6 overs, end of the power play, MCC not all their way. They're 30 for 2. Czech have just started their reply, then 1 for none off 2 deliveries out there. Dylan Stain and Sazi Buyan, of course, opening, and of course not being able to go in with the likes of Sabo and Davitsi, of course. Everyone here on the network, on behalf of everyone, I'm sure we send our best to Saba and everyone, because it's a horrible injury, is what I'm being told. It's not what you like to hear, and the thing is, with some like those, it's almost in a sport where you need to use your hands, it's almost a career-ending injury. So we'll of course wish all of our best over to Sabawoon in Guernsey and all those involved, and of course hope for a speedy recovery. But never nice to hear. Okay, I'm starting to. I'm actually going to put. I'm going to put feeders out. I'm going to work out who's on the crew in October, and I'm going to work it out. It's going to happen. And you watch. The day I say we're going to do it, it will rain, and I'll be very upset. I'll have to bring me golf shoes. Oh, amazing! Can't wait. I'm excited now. I'll bring my GPS watch. I'll get my yardages and everything. Honestly, oh. What'd you do on your day off? Went and play golf. Yeah, I did. You'd have to pay it as well. You'd do it just for the sheer honesty of it. Murphy bowling here. Good start. Bit of a game on here, folks. Of course, still got some big names still to come. Both half-century makers in the first games not out there yet. Golf not being used as a batter either. Well, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on it. Yeah, what a win from Misty. Absolutely. It was a huge win. A little bit nervy at times, but a couple of big sixes from Gucci got you over the line. It was a nice moment, I have to say. I will bring it up. I'm allowed to. We're not working there. I can say it. Just watching as a mere spectator and as a mate of a couple of the people out there. Hit away for one. have to say, I did get sent an image from or a video from the presentation. Of course, Sam Williams out there, as I mentioned at the start of today, has been out with the ICC this summer and has been, I don't know what the job title is, but doing a great job or whatever it is he has been doing. Not a supervising. And I know that he's been involved in the post-match presentations. Obviously, him and Stefan Gooch have met on the network and have been best mates working on the ECN for a good few years. And I know that there was a nice coming together when Sam had to present the Player of the Match award to Steph on that one. It was a nice moment. And of course, Stefan Gooch is not only someone we know for working on the network, but he also, you've got to remember, he's part of the records in both bat and ball. Best figures, one of the highest scores. Doesn't get better than that, but no, it was a lovely video. It really was. It's kind of those that sort of anyone working on the network, anyone close to everyone that works here knows it's a nice moment. Anyway, cricket here, up in the air. Oh, just gets through the fielder. Little Johns just walks past it. Come back for 2 though. Excellent running. Yeah, if you've got any more questions in there, do get them in, folks. I'll be happy to answer them. And if I can't give them off the top of my head, I'll Google it and I'll give you the answer. There you go. Again, cut away this time. Little Johns again just gets through, but it doesn't concede a run. Not too detrimental for her. End of the over as the sun starts to set here in Malta. And at the end of the 7th, the score 34 for 2. See there, an array of a couple of bowlers being used so far. Quick look at it, but yeah, Barnett bowled well. Perry being held back a little bit here, I think, which is a good idea. Of course, still got the likes of Christina Goff to come in. Routledge scored a 50. Litt scored a 50. Full toss. Played away nicely through the covers, bit of work to do for the skipper. Excellent work. Gets down and gets the body behind it. That's exactly how to do that bit of fielding. In the shade, I'd stay there if I were you. It's still what I think. Good to see. Yep, Greece is still here. They're still watching with a keen eye. Malta is still here as well. Carved away. Oh, just gets through again. These little tiny errors starting to frustrate some of the Isle of Man fielders. Yeah, there's a good few spectators. And there you go. You've got Greece there. There's some of the Maltese players just off to the right as well. This heat's probably normal for them. I know Greece has had some crazy heat over the last couple of days. I know there's been some injuries and some struggles, but it's probably quite cool this for them. It's not for me. Struggling. Oh, good take again. Very good. Webster behind the stumps. Good hands. Soft hands as well, not snatching at it. That's the difference. No foot movement there, but oh, let's have another look here. There was quite a lot of movement. Let's see. I don't think that's a wide. You can't see it there. The bowler needs to need to get a move on, but that's tough to call. That's definitely a leg side wide, no question about that one. But the first one on the offside, not sure. Not sure for me. Can Henry get something right here? They'd love another wicket. Thing is, in this tent, there's just no air. It's a very good tent, but almost too good. There's no ventilation. Dot ball. Let's have a look. Spain. Oh, Czech Republic going at 10s. 20 for none off 2. Didn't stay 9 off 6. 9 off 7 for Buyan. Pulled, bit of work to do out in the deep. They turn and go for 2. Little Johns. Well fielded in the end. I think the issue for the Czech Republic is obviously under a new sort of look. End of the over here though. Score 40 for 2 after the 8th over. Up at the rate are the MCC. Not quite out there yet though. Of course, the tank Tomar probably come quite high up in that order as well if necessary. But as I say, I think Spain, their top order again failing, which is a real frustration for them. You know, T10 and T20 are completely different games sometimes. Not simple all the time. Swept hard, and that's going to be to the fielder. Very well watched. Right, Kim Carney. Good noise, though, from the Isle of Man out here. Still no Joe Hicks with the ball, which surprised me. Probably saving her maybe towards the second half of this innings. Yasser Ali's bowling at the moment. Who else has bowled for Spain? I haven't looked at that. Yasser Ali and Adil Raja opening the bowling. Interesting move. Yasser picked up 3 foot in the last few overs yesterday. Must win, really, for... It is a must-win for Spain. Got to be winning these games. You know, they failed at the last World Cup qualifiers in Belgium. There's no way of going around it. They failed miserably. I'll be the first to tell them, and I know everyone else will as well. Should have got through, but of course didn't. Played away nicely and well fielded. Perry, very impressed with the way she's held herself here. Have I played much cricket this summer? No is the simple answer. Just hasn't been many games. Our league's struggling in Spain. There's no way of beating around it. Our league is struggling, numbers-wise. And also when there have been games, I've just not been there. But I do think straight on drive, straight to the fielder, direct hit, could be close. The bat plugged as well. Kitzinger had to get the skates on. See here, bat plugs would have been okay, but yeah, it was. I just haven't really played. I do think I'm playing 3 games in 2 days next weekend. Do you think that's the case? Playing against Madrid, I think. 2 T20s and a 40 over in a Saturday, Sunday. So that could be fun. Could very much be fun. Not playing all season. I played in a T20 pre-season tournament. I think I got 1 decent score of a 50 plus, but everyone else just sort of, no one else really clicked, and I didn't click either in any other games, but I don't know, we'll see. I'll try my best. Oh, and again, well respected from Juster. Afternoon to GKH. Says good evening, cheering on the Isle of Man from England. Good to have you with us. Just a general supporter of the Isle of Man, or have you got a relation to someone who's here playing maybe? Imran thinks the Isle of Man are going to win. Interesting. It's not over yet. The extras are what needs to be cut down, and they're doing so thus far. They've conceded a few, currently at 11. It's 24 that they gave away against Malta yesterday. I think tomorrow, knowing Greece taking on Malta, Greece, if they win the toss, they have to be looking to bowl first. It's the easiest way against Malta, isn't it? Bowl them out, restrict them to maybe 30. You know, they haven't been, able to get going. Driven straight to cover. It's the way to play them, really. End of the over, 44 for 2 after 9. Starting to get up to above a runnable pace. That's where things will start to get a little bit nervy for this MCC side. They are going to go to Hicks here. It was just a matter of time. Bowled very well yesterday, none for 4 off her 4 overs. Did put 1 down off a Corbin bowl chance. Interesting, isn't it? Of course, bowling slightly down the hill from this end, up the hill from the other end, really. There is a slight gradient. Oh, Czech Republic. Linnenstain was gone pretty much as I flipped over the page. goes for 9, so then 22 for 1. So Spain, I think they'll be hoping that their bowling is going to get them over the line. Good batting though, to be fair, don't get me wrong. There's a few extras in there. Let's have a look. Malta 139 all out off their 20 in the end. Against Guernsey, probably should be a simple one that for the Guernsey side, but yeah, I mean extras were 15. Oh, interesting start. Must have got something. Kinzinger doesn't think she's got anything on that, but nothing given. Hissan gets going and goes at strike rate of 200, which is good from an opener in the power play, but no one else around him. Down the track, hit firmly, and this is going to be 4 runs. As it's nicely played from Kinzinger. That's exactly the way to play it. Come down, take it on, and you should get there. But yeah, for me, not sure on that top order. I'm trying to think who opened yesterday. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was Yassine and Ihsan, actually, wasn't it? Ihsan went first ball yesterday, I know that. Yeah, just not sure on that top order. Personally, anyway, what do I know? Anywho. Oh, tentative push at this one. Very well fielded though. Good pressure. Afternoon to Little Allen. Not far from Blackpool. Short ferry ride from Heysham to Isle of Man. There you go. Hicks already conceded more runs than she did yesterday. Just shows you the different calibre of the opponents. Respected from Juster. Another dot, building up nicely. Is this from Joe? Late cut and carved away. But again, just be a single to... Ooh, maybe more? No, just a single. Ends the over, halfway stage. Going at about the rate they need to. It's 50 for 2 at the end of the 10. Of course, drinks will be taken on, so it gives us a chance to have a little chat about the ECC, of course, and yeah, teams taking part over here. Of course, Isle of Man, the men's team, will be in Group 1 of the ECC. Up against Estonia, who of course were out there getting involved. Finland, though, in the Premier Division. I think that might be a bit of a surprise to some. I think they're probably, for me, up there and being one of the, again, sounds quite negative, but probably, you know, if you look at the odds or whatever it is, I don't know what they are, but I reckon they might be one of the favourites to drop down into the Challenger Division. I think Estonia, for me, alongside, I think Luxembourg could set in Cyprus yesterday. Almost took a victory against Spain. I think they could be some of your dark horses going into that one. But of course, you look at Group D, the group of death, isn't it? Netherlands, Jersey, Italy, Sweden, Norway. It is so tough, that one. I also know Group C we've been saying is quite easy, but I think Belgium probably should be the hardest opponents there. I think Switzerland also could be tricky, but I do think that in reality it should be pretty simple for Spain in that respect. But here at the moment, though, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that unfolds, and I will definitely be looking to try and get down there in some capacity at some point. Afternoon to Kroom. Kroom, you happy? How are you feeling about... how are you feeling about Dagenham and Redbridge this year? Let me know how you're feeling. Let me know what your thoughts are. To Sri Lanka Caroline, he says, what are the chances some of these teams like Greece or Isle of Man play the Euro qualifiers next Women's World Cup? Potentially. You just never know. So the whole idea is to build and build. Of course, you look at the rankings and, you know, Isle of Man are certainly up there. Isle of Man probably above Spain, or should be up, but fell after a 3-0 loss in a series to Guernsey. So certainly different elements to bring into it. Lived in Morecambe, afternoon to Paul. So lived in Morecambe for a while. Remember the bikers travelling to the Ironman TT? Yeah, of course, the TT, the motor cycling. Drinks break over. Back to the action. The skipper in Alanya Thorpe is going to take this 11th over. Of course, so it'll certainly be an interesting few deliveries. Pushed away from Chester. Oh, very well fielded by Andrea Littlejohns. Nicely. Oh, not far away from short cover from Hicks, who's there. Not far away whatsoever. Just don't think she was expecting it almost. Kitzinger hit that firmly. Oh, drops the bat on this one. Onside, work to do. Perry cuts it off. Just be a single. Yeah, of course. Oh, well fielded. Very well fielded by Claire Crowe. At mid-wicket. That was hit firmly by Kitzinger. Yeah, of course, Emma Marsh involved in the side for the MCC. She is the Women's Cricket Recruitment Officer for the MCC. Struck nicely, really nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Trickles over the rope. Bit of aggression from Jennifer Kitzinger. That's a beautiful shot. Very, very nice indeed. It was there to be hit. Just sat back over the top. 4 runs. Or could be a stumping here. I think she just gets the bat down. We'll have a look. Yeah, just gets the bat down in time, doesn't she? Yeah, shout out, of course, to Kitzinger. Jenny is husband, Rupert, does also play for the MCC as well. He's played for Dorset at times. There's Rupert. Very tall man is what I'm being told. 6'8". Just a bit greedy, really, isn't it? Let's have a look at the updated standings there as it's the end of the 11th. 58 for 2. You can see a victory here for either side would certainly make things a bit interesting. But yeah, shout out to Rupert, of course. The wife of Jenny Kitzinger. Full toss, swatted away. That's just been often what's happened over the last couple. What happens with a few deliveries? It's often full tosses and too full. My pleasure, by the way, Sri Lanka, absolutely. Any more questions, get them in. I'm more than happy to answer them. Runnable 30 at the moment. Certainly add a few more around the corner. Not gone all the way. It'll just be one. Oh dear, down the leg side. Hicks, of course, did pick up the first ever Women's International fifer for the Isle of Man a couple of days ago against Malta. Team favourite, I think, is Joe. In the side for the Isle of Man. Oh dear, that's probably going to be a no ball. Just getting it a little bit wrong here. Here's Joe. Yeah, Kroom just, no third umps, of course, in these games. Of course, any games that the MCC Evolved aren't recognised as international fixtures, but of course when, for example, Serbia take on Malta, that will be an international game. That will be ranking points up for grabs. That one was just carved away for a single. So there certainly is, there's big things to play for in this tournament, you know. And the thing is as well, for some of the, for some of the youngsters in the teams, got to say that, you look at the calibre of some of the ladies involved in the MCC side. Some very, 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 experienced players in many different ways. Carved away, just gets through one. There's no protection out there, so work to do for Thorpe. They should come back for the second relatively easily, and they do. Bit of a smile from Joe as well. Enjoying herself out there, and that's the part of it, Onside. Oh, superbly fielded. Very good by Perry. Very good indeed, and Hicks with the applauses, rightfully so. Perry does very well. See this here, takes a big bounce and just sort of swats it away. Oh, this one just a little bit too slow. Just 10 off 22 for her at the moment. End of the 12th. MCC 66 for 2. Yeah, of course, fixture just finishing up there. Bologna beating the Kent-Lanka Napoli side out there in Italy. So I think that confirms that Bologna are in as the 5th place side. So it was a big game in that last one on a Thursday, which is very rare to see. But yeah, credit to them. So I think that does mean that we now know who will be taking part in tomorrow's action. So we can maybe bring that up a little bit later in the broadcast. But here at the moment, 40 needed off of 48 at the moment. So of course, good sides never take it to the last over. Czechia 51 for 2 at the moment, as both Stain and Buyan are gone. Martin Warndal alongside the tank and Ritik Tomar out there. Flicked off the pad from Kitzinger. Perry there again, heavily involved. Can't keep her out of the game, Perry. One of those players that has a nick and a knack of not really being able to stay out of it. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's not so much. Pleasure to have you with us, Shrug. We'll see you soon. Cuts it away. No single there. And again, cut away. Straight to the fielder there. They run on impact. Could be close at the non-strikers. Oh, just couldn't collect it, could Murphy. Just to try and realistically get a few more runs up to about here. Just didn't quite set herself, did Murphy. And it would have been almost close, but another run. Again, these are just singles that they can't really afford to give away. pretty remarkable story in the UK as well, with Andrew Flintoff's son Rocky, which I'll touch upon in a minute. That's a wide ball. 16-year-old on the day of his GCSE results, of course, born in 2008, which is crazy. Spent his GCSE results day batting under the lights at Surrey, against Surrey in the Oval. And there's a tweet that's going around saying someone who on the GCSE results day on the year he was born, Rocky, said that he met Andrew Flintoff in a Nando's. Funny stories. Offside, sorry. Of course, the sun's starting to set. The sun sets quite early. Sets at sort of 7:45, so it will be an interesting one to see how late we go. Of course, we've got 3 games Saturday, Sunday, so the time, that last game starts at 3 o'clock on both days. It's a little bit later than what we had here, so we shouldn't be too bad time-wise. Swept onside. Carney will do the work. Carney's corner that is over there, isn't it? You can't really take her out of it. Should be a simple chase as they're sort of timing it nicely, really. The MCC not really taking any unnecessary risks. Playing the ball on its merit, not really panicking as well. Afternoon to Vinny, he's back in, teleporting in and out. Genuine lead from Kitzinger. End of the over, 13 gone, 71 for 2. Look at the bowlers thus far. You can see 1 wicket for Henry, 1 for Barnett. Perry just bowled the 2. In fact, Perry might be coming back. No, she won't be coming back now. Thought she might have been. Barnett's going to come back on here from change of ends for Barnett. This will be interesting. In fact, I lie. It is Perry that's coming back. So just playing with me here. So they're going to go to Perry here. Perry, of course, took forfeit yesterday. Of course, didn't finish off her 4 overs due to having to come off. But in the shade here, she's got 2 overs left. Went for none for 11. She'll be looking for a wicket here. Oh, what a delivery that is, by the way. That's swung in and nipped away from Perry. That's an excellent, excellent ball. Get another quick look at this one here. Just watch this. Swings in and nips away. Oh, Peach, come back to live action. Looking for it again. This time a little bit uppish. But again, good running. They take the single. Just picking the fielders that are deeper. Right on the circle. Yeah, Perry was swinging it for all sorts yesterday. Gets natural movement pretty consistently, actually, does Perry, but not quite found the same success as she did in the previous fixture for the Isle of Man. And again, respectively played. Just needs to just be careful here. Don't want to start building up dot balls. That's the last thing, in theory, that the MCC want. Listen, they've got some big batters still to come. Don't get me wrong. You've still got Dixon, you've still got Litt, you've still got Goff, you've still got Routledge. But 2 out of 4 of those have made half centuries today. Genuinely, even Kinsinger, I think, is almost surprised at the late swing that she got there, and a bit of a laugh and a giggle between herself and Webster behind the stumps. That's a nice moment, isn't it? That's the thing. Like, even in big contests like this, there's still scope and time for a nice bit of a giggle. Full of ball, inside edge, looking for that Yorker. Kinsinger will just drop this onside. Little John's ever present out there. And now, still no Goff. I'd love to see Goff with the bat. I haven't seen her in person, but I've heard very good things. Would be nice to see. I think this is the game where it might be needed more than anything. I think against the likes of the Greeks and the Serbians, I think MCC will be well on top. Another good delivery. Good over. Just 2 come off it. Very economical. End of the 14th. They need a couple more overs like that as the run rate starting to creep up again. 73 for 2 after 14 6 overs to go. 105 for 10, what they finished on. MCC going below the required rate, only just though, by 0.3. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The thing is as well, you look at who they've got left to bowl, you know. Okay, Perry's just bowled a third. Barnett's got an over to go. You've also got Henry, who's got 2 overs. Murphy can give you an over. Hicks has got 2 as well, so still options. Still very much options for this Isle of Man side. Of course, they almost will be thinking, I don't know if they want, I don't know if you want wickets here, because I think, you know, you've got players that can come in and see ball, hit ball for the MCC. You just want to try and dog these 2 down. And, you know, apply the squeeze, and, you know, just try everything in the book here. Henry's going to continue. Rightfully so. Need to build pressure. I think the fielder was quite ready there. A bit tense now, starting to build. Tense energy. Oh, gets the boot on it, does Hicks. Parries it on to, I think that's Thorpe at mid-off. Young, talented side of the Isle of Man. Just got to nurture those talents and keep building their skill set. Dot ball again. Every dot ball is another round of applause. Just at 13 off 29. Would you be considering retiring her now? I think it's getting to that point, really. Lofted and straight to Thorpe. Again, was running on impact, but it's straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. 2 in a row. Again, just nurdled away. Oh dear. Could be thinking of a second as Little John's just ran past that one a slight. Leave us with a ball left in the 15th then. Run a ball is where it's at. You can very easily apply the squeeze. You've just got to bowl tidy line and length. That's all it's got to be. Do they bring Perry back for a 4th hit? Do they save her? Oh no, not what they needed. Bit of a loose delivery. It's a no ball called on field. So it'll be a free hit to come and they'll get a single. Oh dear, that's just not what they wanted at the moment. Sigh of relief. Can Caitlin find a way of keeping this free hit quiet? This is Juster who will be on strike for it. Free hit to come then. Big swing potentially here. Needs to watch out. Doesn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. Straight to mid-wicket. Good comeback, good finish from Henry. Still just 4 coming off. It's 6 off the last 2 overs. Big overs these are for the Isle of Man as they look for an upset here. At the end of the 15th, the score, 77 for 2. And I wouldn't be going for Perry here if I'm the Isle of Man skipper here. I wouldn't be going for it. Hold Perry back for, you know, one of your death overs. I can see why you wanted to bring her on, because I think if you didn't have a quiet 2 overs there, realistically the game runs away from you. But now you're back in the game. You need another 2 quiet overs. Take it into the 18th and the 19th. See what happens. Hicks will return to replace Perry from this near end. Dot to start. Very good from Hicks. Good areas. Up into the onside, and the fielder just lost it for a second, did Andrea? But again, ones are okay here. Take it to the last and anything can happen. That's all you've got to do. Just now on strike. Kitzinger, of course, been there from the start. Now on to 40. Thing is, I wonder if they will retire her at 50 if she gets there. Don't know. But Barnett leading here. Barnett's going to have to get a helmet on if she gets any closer. Oh, not far off. On the sweep, asking the question given. And well, I'm not sure if that's really a wicket that the Isle of Man would have wanted. I think, you know, strategically, would you wanted to have kept Juster in there? It was full and straight. It's definitely out. Good call on field. Hicks does pick up a wicket, which will bring her some joy. And drinks will probably be brought on here. But I don't know if that's a wicket that you want, because looking out here, I don't know who's coming out here now, but I think this could be very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. It's the big wicket, though. And out comes an even bigger batter. This is going to be Christina Goff to come out. As the score now 78 for 3. So, of course, Christina Goff, let's just have a little conversation about her T20 record. It is something that is very, very impressive. Very impressive. In T20 International, she's got an average of 40. She's got a best score of 101. That was against Austria back in 2020. She scores a lot of runs, bowls all the time as well. But with the bat, hasn't been used yet, didn't get used earlier, but she's a lefty as well, which is something to think about. This is the thing, just don't know if they would have wanted that wicket here. It's a very, very interesting, it's a tricky one to negotiate here, because would you really have wanted to come in? You know, she's got over 1,000 international T20 runs. There's Christina Goff, played at the Fair Break tournament. Here we go then. Lofted and hit firmly. And this is the thing, that this wicket might just be a bit of a positive for the MCC as Goff comes out, hits 4 to start. Oh dear, oh dear. Just think that wicket has just come at the complete wrong time for the Isle of Man. Goff comes out, and you can see, I think she knows. Goff's got a great record. Back of a length, cut away. Oh, fielder does very well. They'll take a single. They take a single, that's crucial. That'll be the end of the over then. And the score is down as 83 for 3 at the end of the 16th. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Would you really have wanted that entire over or that wicket? Of course, Goff on her first ever MCC tour. 7 o'clock local time here now. Starting to decrease in the heat. It's down to 29 degrees, starting to fall. But yeah, I just think, you know, played in the Fair Break tournament, did Christina. So interesting moments here, isn't it? Really, really is interesting. I think that might have been a 5-ball. Having a few issues, just trying to work out. There's Kitzinger, who's 40 at the moment. 40 not out. It is the end of the over. So then, Goff, who, as I said, great record. Records don't mean anything when you're out there in the middle at the moment. There you go, lift it. That's the call. Want some noise. Here's Henry. Pushed away. And the thing is you're going to want a single here, and you want to really apply the squeeze now. This is where you need to bring your field in. Barnett's got a good cricketing head on her shoulders here. She's brought the field in. She's leading here. Thorpe sort of sat back and said, "You go for it." So everyone comes in on the offside. They still don't have many in on the leg side, which I think is a bit of a risk here. I'd be bringing everyone in. I'd leave maybe 1 or 2 out. They've got 2 out on the leg side, I think. Yeah, they do. They've got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket who goes round now. They've still got the double-edged sword, not quite as tight as it has been. Need to try and keep Zinger quiet now. That's not the delivery you want. There is protection out there, don't get me wrong, but it's not what you want to see. You want to be seeing it on the offside. And the thing is now, with Goff coming out, this is going to be the left-hand, right-hand combination that now means the field has to keep rotating. I also think that bringing Goff in now means that you have to bring Perry back on a little bit earlier, which I don't think they want to do, but they might have to. 23 off 25 at the moment. Nerdled onside. They'll get a single. Singles are enough at the moment for this side. Been a close game though, isn't it? And we thought we knew we were going to get one. But I still think that, of course, I think this might be just a couple of runs too short. Outside edge, oh, nobody home, and this is going to run away. And a big chase for Perry. Going to get there in time. They'll just come back for 2. That's an excellent chase. You can see the applause, all of them all round. Very good from the youngster. Well supported as well by Claire Crow. Don't want to forget that, but a very good bit of fielding. 18 needed now, I think, off of 20. Lofted over the top. What a shot that is. That's a glorious shot from Jennifer Kitzinger. That's another bat. That's 4 more. That's stunning. Really is. Goes in so out over cover. Beautiful shot. And that just might be the dagger into the hearts of the Isle of Man side. It was just a bit too full from Henry. You've got to have Perry back on now in the next over. You have to. Who else do you go to? I mean, you could turn around and sit here and say, okay, well, let's chuck the ball to Barnett maybe. Uppish again, over cover, and it's going to be another boundary, I think. Has it got the legs? It does. Another 4, and that is probably going to be the game there. It's going to be tough to come back, but that's going to be 50 for Jenny Kitzinger. She's been there from the start, and that will be her half century. And I think she's just asking, do we want to retire me? No. Well, the MCC, they're here and they mean business. They retired against Malta. They're not going to retire on 50 against the likes of the Isle of Man here. As Kitzinger, oh, look at that, by the way. Superb. Just the 6-4s with some really nice hitting through mid-off and the covers. But now it's do or die, and they are going to bring Perry on here. I think you had to. 96 for 3 at the end of 17, just 10 needed. Well, what a moment this is for Catherine Perry. Up against the experienced Christina Goff. Just pushes, top ball to start. Well, it's youth against experience, isn't it? In Goff versus the likes of Perry. Fuller, hit firmly. Chases on for the skipper. Well timed from Goff. Gets the foot out. They'll come back for 2. Good running, but equally well fielded. Just not enough runs on the board, is it? It really was just, unfortunately, 20 runs short, really. Good delivery. Excellent delivery. Joining the dots. They'd love to get a wicket here, wouldn't they? One of these two is a big wicket. Need something short of a miracle here, do the Isle of Man. Lots of noise out there. Lots of encouragement. The youngster. Firmly hit. Gets a boot out. Big moment. Excellent moment from Perry. That one will sting a little bit. You can see she's just slightly limping on it. But that's a superb bit of work. Of course, recently turned 19, Perry. And maybe young, but he's played a lot of cricket for the Isle of Man. He's up against a big, big batter. One of the best batters in mainland Europe, some would say, in Goff. Oh, and again, missed time. Good arm from Hicks, but takes it away from the skipper. And they will come through for a single, so Goff will keep the strike. Well, there's actually a ball to go, so Interesting that they don't retire Kitzinger, isn't it? It's quite funny. That's a compliment to the Isle of Man, though. Do you know what I mean? I think, you know, against Malta, I think it's fair enough. But in this game, you know, you need your good batters out there. So very, very good. And it's a positive to take for the Isle of Man, really. It's a compliment more than anything. Got to get the field right here. Interesting, isn't it? Do you give a single? I think you just need dots here. You can't give anything away. Doesn't matter who's on strike. You've just got to be careful. They're probably going to get an over then from Barnett. And maybe one from Danielle Murphy, maybe. Okay. Big, big delivery this. Last ball of what's been a good spell. Last ball of the over. Oh, not yet. Not yet from Perry. Nerves probably starting to kick in here. Full Yorker and hit firmly as well. So he's going to run away. Andre Iva is the chase. They'll come back for 2. That's a good result for the MCC. But credit to Perry. It's such a tough gig coming in, and only, you know, you need dot ball up. You need almost a maiden over, really. But she does superbly well. And he concedes the 5 runs, but it's just going to be the 5 needed off the last 2 score at the end of 18 overs. The MCC 18 without 101 for 3, sorry. Well, they are going to go to Barnett here. It was a question of who, but then you're kind of looking at it realistically as well. This is one thing to mention. Isle of Man don't bat out their 20. They get an extra over, you get an extra 6 runs, it's 111. It's, you know, it becomes a different ball game. So the Isle of Man might be kicking them themselves at the end of this evening's play, but they've given it a good go. The MCC have certainly taken them seriously here. Of course, just to clarify, if there was a tie, it would go to a super over. There's been 1 super over on the network. It was against, it was back in Dreux at the start of this summer, back in May, I think it was. France against Belgium. It's the only super over we've had. Here we go then, Barnett. She's only got 5 runs to play with. Short, pulled, onside, and it's in front of square. It's a great shot, and it's just plugged though. So they will only get 2. Too short though from Barnett. Goff, 12 off 10. We know what she's capable of. She's about to almost get her side over the line here on tour debut, of course. First tour for the MCC. Back of her length. Dot ball, crucial dot ball. They're like gold dust at the moment. Bit of fire there from Barnett. Don't mind it whatsoever. Barnett also very much a youngster as well. Into the onside, and a single here is already too much. Take it into the last, you never know, something crazy could happen, but it's going to be tough. But, you know, in T20Is, you know, Lucy Barnett's got a great record, batting-wise. She's also taken wickets as well. So, she's very, very experienced. I want to say, whilst everyone's here, it's been a pleasure to have your company once again on the second day of action at this Valletta Cup. Of course, I know this morning, the first game this afternoon wasn't the most exciting, but what a game we've had to finish off. Of course, we will see Greece and Serbia for the first time tomorrow. Greece take on Malta, and Isle of Man take on Serbia in tomorrow's action. So a rest for the MCC. They, of course, will return on Saturday. They've got 2 more games after today. 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. Maybe, probably, a final as well. Okay, then. 2 needed off 9. Kitzinger with 3 balls to face of the over. Uppish, but away. It'll probably be 2 here. Might even be more. He'll turn and go. And they will get the second, so that will tie the scores. And, oh, hang on a sec. Oh, no, never mind. There's been a correction in the scoreboard. And it is the game, as that 2 will confirm it. As the MCC win by just the way of 7 wickets. But it wasn't a comfortable one. Isle of Man certainly stuck at it. And they made it tricky for this MCC side. But it is the MCC that end up winning this one in what could very well be a preview of the final at the end of Sunday. But of course, we'll have to see how the likes of Greece and Serbia go on, but I think it could very well be. But I just think the big turning point was actually when they got a wicket, to be honest. And of course, let's have a look at these highlights, though. What's been a very, very excellent innings here. And of course, it was a good catch to start with. Perry involved in the action yet again. You can't keep her out of it, I'm telling you. But good to see that she's, fully recovered, of course. And after that scare with a bit of heat exhaustion yesterday, she'll be frustrated not to have taken a wicket. But nevertheless, she bowled superbly well and fielded very well as well. Got to remember that as well. Some of those fielding stops, certainly would have saved a couple of runs. But again, it was a little bit frustrating for Gallagher as she chopped on from well outside the off stump. But of course, Kitzinger opened and opened well from the start. I have to say, a half century for her, first on the network, of course, but hit to all parts of the ground, and it was very, very good at that as well. Of course, over the top, that was a nice shot, flat batted, and some beautiful shots over the cover. This was a game-changing moment for me, I'm going to say it. Getting just to there, I just don't think, excuse the pun, but I don't think you can justify it. I think you realistically would have rather have kept her in, because I think Goff comes in and completely changes the outlook of this game. But of course, listen, there's no point trying to play that way. It's a negative way of playing in reality. But nevertheless, it is just the game you've got to play sometimes. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Goff, though, came out, does exactly what Goff does, of course, and hit to all parts of the ground. That one somehow didn't go towards the rope, but nevertheless, it was this one that carved away, and that was it. Barnett hand in head, but it was a good effort from the Isle of Man side. Of course, you've got to remember that this is a very, very talented MCC side. It really is. And, credit to the Isle of Man. I think they are probably the favourites to go into the final or alongside this MCC side. I think Greece will be up there, but I think just on paper and experience, I think you would say the Isle of Man probably the favourable of the two going into that. We'll have a brief look at the scorecards then. And, of course, in reality, though, it's frustrating it is for the Isle of Man. There were certainly times out there where they weren't able to just do their best. I think with the bat 20 runs short, it's exactly where it is, and we can see that with the fact that they didn't finish their allotted 20 overs, which is a big moment as well. See there though, Kitzinger not out, 55 off 50, but and as I said, compliment from the MCC to this Isle of Man side. They didn't retire out there in batter. They said, no, we're going to keep you there. We know that this is a must-win game, so credit to them, and I think it's just a massive compliment more than anything. 1 wickets for the likes of Hicks and Henry, and for Barnett, of course. None for Perry, but bowled very well, an economy rate of 4.5. Murphy is probably the pick for me. None for 13. Hello. None for 13 off of 3 overs as well. But it is the MCC that will finish the end of day 2 at the top of the standings. Let's have a look at the confirmation, then the match summary. There you go, 7-wicket victory. Well, we've got lots of cricket coming up tomorrow. Let's run through them. First off, here in Malta, we've, of course, got more action coming up. We've got 2 more fixtures again tomorrow. Greece and Serbia will be making their debuts in the tournament. Greece take on Malta in the first game of the day. Serbia, they take on the Isle of Man in what is a must-win fixture for the Isle of Man after losing this one here this afternoon. That, of course, starts 9:15 GMT, 11:15 Central European Time, quarter to 5, sorry, out in India. Rome, it's finals day. We can, of course, now confirm Bologna, they are through in the 5th position. They've got it all to do. They, of course, will be looking to take on Baracca Prato in the first game of the Eliminator tomorrow. That's, of course, at 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock European time, and 12:30 out in India. But, of course, there's one more to go. The Netherlands, of course, gets underway. Netherlands take on Canada in the Tri-Series, of course. Lenny and Corey, in fact, will be on standby in those ones, of course. Good luck to Vinny and to Rico for finals day as well tomorrow. And again, it's been an absolute pleasure to take you through the action today. A little bit of a longer day after yesterday, but again, what an exciting day and an exciting finish we had today. Huge thanks to everyone on the ground, to the Federation, to the players, to the scorers, to the umpires, and of course to the Blue Crew. And finally, to our crew at Spring Media, huge thank you for all of your work. And again, we come back and we do it all again tomorrow. A little bit earlier, though. Do make sure you return, as we've got plenty of cricket on the network tomorrow. Have a very lovely evening, folks. We'll be back all again tomorrow. It's Peacock Friday tomorrow. Wear your Peacock shirts. I hope you will be. I will be. Pleasure to have your company. We'll see you very, very soon. Have a good evening, everybody.